Welcome to Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. I'll be your host, Saria Song. In our excursion into... No, that's not. That's something else. Hi, everybody. 1 second here. Something like so. Okay. Hello! Hello, Cecilia Aragorn, Cursed Calendar, King Ozo, BMB, Bisuki, Phantom. Did I already say Phantom? No. Please, more cats. Desi. And Book Nerd. Hi, everybody. Hope you're all doing fantastically today. Mimi is saying hello as well. Cecilia says, I'm doing my first, like, digital drawing, basically. Exploring more of how the heck Drawpile can work well. This seems like a good time to watch tennis. Evening, Claire. Morning, King Azo. Yeah, let's see what you got, Midori. How does tennis work? Asks Desi. Grunt. Profit. Phantom says socks. Excellent. Hi, Nice Den. Welcome. I've got a cat in my lap, in case you're wondering what's going on here. Yeah, should be fairly chill tonight as usual. If I work up the courage, then I'll either I'll work on the job that I have for that tricking company, or I'll do a couple of quick little Ko-Fi requests for people here. I haven't checked the internet in a while, so I don't know what's been going on in the last few hours. And I may never get the chance. I guess I could do it right now. I see Desi and Cute Comic. Is this something that I've seen? Or not? I see another frame of the AMV. That looks super cool. Even with just like, if that's how it ends up looking with like the white outline, that's kind of stylish. Well, she's about to surf the web. She is now getting ready to chase the mouse, the cursor. Yep, there she goes. Come on, sweetie. Mimi! Come here. Come here, Mimi. Come on. No, the mouse is not moving right now. And for that, she has abandoned me. Dizzy says it's an off-topic. Oh, here it is. Yeah. That's pretty beautiful, actually. That's extremely beautiful. I don't know why I said actually. That's very effective. And you know, I'm certainly not a good, I'm not a good symbol of that comic. That's excellent, I love it. Yeah, diminished art challenge, if I see anything like that. Yeah, Bisuki asks, what do I think about a diminished art contest? First of all, just the idea of it makes me want to explode out of every orifice in excitement. It's a good thing, don't worry. And second of all, I would love to provide prizes. If that becomes a thing. And third of all, I would explode out of every orifice in a good way, don't worry. And fourth, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be great. Hi Trey, welcome. Yeah, I started streaming 12 minutes ago according to YouTube, so we were just getting started. Santa Saria. Santria. Yeah, King also makes a good point. Yeah, there might be more of a certain appeal if people feel less pressure toward winning a prize, but we'll see. Yeah, it might be better suited, because I was thinking about doing a giveaway for prints, if I make prints of the wallpaper, or if I make more. Then I could just do a raffle. And have it be a luck-based thing, I don't know, just to draw. Man, I feel like this top, when I'm just sitting here, when only this is in the frame, it kind of looks like pajamas. I don't like it on this stream. I don't want to put anything super nice on because I didn't get a chance to shower, but we'll see what else I have. We'll just go simple. No need to go wild with it. I'll just solve the problem by putting something on that's wrinkly. That's better, right? Hello, Logan. Trey loves the tank top. Cecilia likes the tank top. Sorry. Oh, that's right. You told me to call you Bob. Sorry. My hair's doing a weird ting. Hi, Celine. Celine and friends, welcome. Hi, everybody. Mimi. Pete Bob absolutely is at the very bottom of the diminished iceberg. Below the bottom. Hi Theo. Hi everybody. You got a lot of people here tonight. Good to see all of you. Hey, Celine says, I actually had kind of a weird question for you, so I'm glad we were able to catch you. Shoot, go ahead. Can't guarantee that I can answer every question that somebody might have, but I'm curious to see if it's as weird as you think. Yo, Logan says I'm playing some ranked Tetris. Or Bob says I'm playing some ranked Tetris, so I'm gonna lurk. Okay, that's fine. Good luck. Have fun. GLHF, as they say. Celine says, thank you for making the OST available. It's lovely, but is there any way we could get our hands on the sound effects somehow? I was actually kind of thinking about that earlier. I was maybe thinking about, for one thing, having the object of one of my streams being showing you my sound design process, how I create sound effects and stuff. But I didn't think about just straight up releasing sound effects until you just brought that up. I might be able to do something like that. We'll see. Part of me, because I'm proud of a lot of those sounds, and part of me wants to be able to keep them for more projects, but Diminish is kind of special, and I don't know if I should. Bisuki says, hey Sarah, I hope this question isn't too personal. I've been wondering, though, about your artistic process. I am someone who has a lot of things I want to put out into the world, but I'm terrified. So how do you do that? How do you know when an art piece is ready to release? The short answer is I don't. And I don't know if I ever will truly. I mean, it depends on the piece. Sometimes you get a piece where you're looking at it and it's like, oh yeah, that's ready. But most of the time, especially when you're making something where the creation process is like Diminish, where you're just flying by the seat of your pants the whole time, and you don't really know what you're going to be making when you're going into it. Like, that was the process of creating Diminish. Everything was absolutely me flying by the seat of my pants. I didn't really think twice about a lot of the things that I was making. The main thing that I was, like, remaking as I went and spending a lot of time on was Apollo's avatar in the pause screen. That was basically the only thing in the entire game that I was spending a lot of time on and really getting nitpicky with. And some of them I'm still not super happy with, but that's sort of the specific Diminish process, and there is a merit to art, to making art like that, where it's geared all toward just getting something out into the world, and you're not putting so much pressure or emphasis on the perfection of it or the amount of drafts that you're creating. And that was how my creative process, when I really changed my life towards specifically becoming an artist. I would just sort of first draft everything and then like post it somewhere and call it done. And I learned a lot from that. I learned that there is, like, whenever you put something into the world, it is a large commitment, because you are adding a certain permanence to that piece in that exact state that you can't truly take back, even if you do take it down or whatever. Like, you have immortalized that exact state of that art, and that is terrifying in itself. This is a very tough thing to answer, because it's so big. But after I went through that initial process of just, like, thinking that every single thing I made was going to be, like, the final draft, and it was going to go into, like, this huge final product. Like, I was trying to make a huge game for my very first project as an artist, and I was just sort of, like, churning out assets for it, and that in itself taught me so much. Like, I was basically doing everything wrong and making so many mistakes, and none of it panned out toward that project itself. But that was absolutely essential toward my growth as an artist. And so maybe that's me finally starting to get to a point here. The process will develop as you get farther along in your journey. Don't worry about a process too much right now. If you're just starting out as an artist, or you're starting to get serious, or you're entering a new path as an artist, I'd say don't worry about the process so much, and just make things. Because that is how you're going to learn how your process should be developed, and what processes work best for you, and even more specifically, what process is best for the specific project that you're working on. And that's how it went with Diminish. Like, the way I make Diminish is going to be nothing like how I make a lot of other projects, like other games that I'm going to be releasing to the public. Like, because as I said, Diminish was a thing where I made all the assets, and then I would just go. I'd release an episode. I wouldn't worry about anything. I would just make an episode draft without any sort of plan, and I would show it to my friend, and then I would just basically post it, and that was that was how much thought went into Diminish. But for, like, if I, like, make a show someday, or I make other games, there's going to be such a different process about it. So TLDR, maybe. There is no easy answer. It's something that you really have to figure out just by making things, because the answer is different for everyone. But that was sort of a look into how it was for me. So now I'm gonna have things to catch up on. I hope that helped you a little bit. But yes, regarding the specific question of how do you know when an art piece is ready to release, it really depends. Like, it depends on your goals. It depends on if you're making it for a specific set of criteria, like if you're making it for somebody, like if you're selling it, if you're making it just for you, if it's trying to achieve a specific thing for you, like if you're trying to garner attention with it, or get it sold, or yada yada yada. It depends on so many different things. But generally the answer is it's ready when it's out there. Like, that's the only way that it gets posted, is by you posting it. And if you worry too much about how ready it is, then sometimes you will get caught in the fear, and that will hold you back. But the fear is also natural, and it's not something that you should berate yourself for, because that's also part of the improvement process, is staying critical of yourself in a healthy way, and being aware of the fears and the self-loathing, and balancing all of it. And Cecilia says, we're making another artist." Jeez. Literally everyone in the community gonna wind up being an artist? I don't know. Celine says, "I totally understand wanting to keep the sound effects personal to Diminish, and not just putting them out there for any kind of general use. I actually feel the same way. They're lovely. Thank you. Would you consider maybe privately sharing with community members for the sake of Diminish fan projects, though?" I could do that. Yeah, and it wasn't just for keeping them sacred to Diminish. I meant for like using it for either projects or when I release Diminish someday. I don't know. I don't know if it would make it weird. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm new to this all. Oh, Bob says I have a question, but I'm in a very difficult round of Tetris, so I'll ask you in a bit. Okay. Hello, Cal. Cecilia says, what program was used for the sound effects anyway? Was it any? I remember you mentioning there was a violin somewhere. I used FL Studio 12 for the music production and the sound effects production. Bisuki says, do you have a support group or some people in your life who help you figure things out? Like, do you just think up and create everything on your own without sharing until it's out? The friend that I just mentioned, who I showed the videos, the Diminish episodes to first, he is, in terms of art, he right now is probably my biggest support group, because my family is extremely supportive, but I don't talk to them in depth about many of the things I'm creating. I don't bounce ideas off them usually. There's one main person, an extremely good friend of somebody very special to me, who is a fantastic artist in his own right, who I consider to be sort of a peer mentor, and I owe him a lot. I mean, not like literally, but emotionally, and I would not be anywhere close to where I am without him, so. One person mainly. And we met through a Sonic forum in 2015. Oh, you're welcome, Bisuki, absolutely. Celine says, ooh, so Apollo is immortal because Diminish exists and is out there. Yeah, there is definitely something to be said for the general idea of how art can immortalize a person, or at least help them last much longer than they will last, physically. And it's a nice way to think about it, about how your characters will outlive you. And not everybody is happy about that. There are creators who would rather their characters are laid to rest eventually, and there are many creators out there who have their IPs used, who would rather they weren't. An example maybe would be Alan Moore with the Watchmen comics. And I'm not as big of a Watchmen fan as other people. I adore the original comic. I haven't checked out many of the new spin-offs that have been happening recently, but there was a whole thing about that where I don't think Alan Moore is very happy about his IP continuing to be used, but... So, that's, again, there is immortality is not just this beautiful... blissful thing. In many ways that you can shake it. But Cecilia says, I hope to leave something good immortalized, and absolutely, I hope so too. Bob says, are you the creator of Diminish? I am, yes. Theo says, there's nothing better for learning to make art than finishing art. Well, there's nothing better for learning to make art than just creating art, even if you don't finish it. Just putting a pen to paper is how you is one of the best ways to learn art. But also, just going through life and thinking about life, perceiving it through an artist's lens. That is how I've learned a crap ton about art and become a better artist, is just by observing things in the world as an artist for the first time, and then taking it to the canvas, and then immediately having a better understanding of things, and immediately being better. So there's a lot to be said for not just being an artist while you're creating art, but being active as an artist whenever you're just doing other things as well. Theo says, took me a fine art course where I'm forced to finish stuff constantly to actually do it. And yes, finishing stuff is important too. you do have to learn how to send things off and put your signature on it. It is true. Diminish is one of the first things that I've ever truly, like, and clearly we're only through Act 1 right now, but it's one of the first things that I've ever put out into the world and then kind of tied a bow on. I'm a pathological starter and a pathological not finisher. And Diminish is one of the rare things that I could say that I had a beginning and a middle and an end to, even if we're not talking about storytelling art. Just in general. I've started like thousands and thousands of projects, and I've finished like a handful. Cecilia says, before I got into art school, I had never actually finished art, and it's so hard to get me to even finish art outside of that. The only time I've ever really done that is the Apollo art I made. And you know, now that we're talking about this, I actually do struggle with that, and it doesn't really become obvious to me until I'm trying to look for art pieces that are finished that I can like share or show. And I have like 2 of those. In 5 years since I've started taking it extremely seriously, I have 2 like truly finished pieces of art that I feel like I can share as a finished piece. One of them being the Project Zadia wallpaper that I use as the thumbnail for these live streams, these last few live streams. That's one of the only things that I can like go to and show as like a finished piece that I made. If we're talking about just like a standard art piece, just visual art. And there's even a glaring mistake about that one that I will not bring up right now, but it doesn't really ruin the piece, but it bothers me. And if I mention it, you'll never be able to unsee it. So I'd rather not mention it, so I won't ruin it for you. But I'm still proud of that piece, but it really, like, every time I try and look for pieces of art that I've finished, I realize how bad I am at finishing. And so it is very important to learn how to finish and to become at peace with the process of finishing art. But and I do have more finished pieces of art than the ones that I would share. It's just there aren't as many finished art pieces that I'm truly proud of that I would want representing me as finished art pieces. Theo says, about 5 times I tried making a game with this big idea and just assumed it would take me a year and it'll be fine. Yeah, Theo, I'm not making that game anymore, at least not in the form that it was going to be in. I was actually taking a look at the gameplay documents that I wrote up for that game the other day for the first time in years, and I was kind of getting excited about that gameplay concept again. So I'd love to be able to make a game that has that gameplay someday, but the entire game that I was going for there would have taken my entire life, and that's not an exaggeration. It was, yeah. I had to learn that. I absolutely had to go through that and learn the hard way, because it seems I only know how to learn things the hard way. King also says, ADHD gang, yeah. Desi says, I should probably finish all these WIPs I got. If you want to. Some things feel best as a work in progress, and you don't have to finish things that you don't want to finish. Although that's coming from a person who is bad at finishing things, so maybe I'm just straight up wrong. Maybe you do have to finish everything you start. Theo says, I'm actually really excited that I'm about to actually finish the biggest game I've ever made. Congratulations. God, tell me how that feeling is. Because Diminish works as a finished product as a web series, but the game version of Diminish... Anyway. What kind of game are you making, Theo? It's this online game that's invite only, but I'll post an invite to the Diminish Discord. Okay. Invite only for reasons to do with its structure, not like I'm trying to hide it. Okay. I respect your wishes for sure. And hopefully everyone else does, which I bet they do. Yeah, I still need to get that diagnosis as well, Celine. Yeah, Cecilia says I think we're kind of all in that boat. I am in top chat, Cecilia. I'm sorry. Let's see. Tell me what I missed.
I'll try and find it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Phantom says, so much unfinished art. Wow, like me. Yeah, and it happens with me as a writer as well. God only knows. Just basically anything in my life, it holds true. I should be watching this match more. It looks amazing. Avi? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, but welcome. They say, first time catching your stream. I love Diminish very much. I watched Act 1 a second time with my friends recently, and it was a lovely experience. So excited to see how the series progresses. God, thank you. That's magical to hear. I'm really glad that you all enjoyed it. And thanks for telling me. Thank you so much. King Ozo says, I think the Unfinished Swan explores that concept pretty thoroughly. I might have to check that out. Or at least become aware of it. Theo says, oh yeah, I don't mean to diminish the value of unfinished art. It's all great and like obviously you should just do what you want if you're just doing it for yourself. Yeah, and also I feel like I've improved so much just through doing sketches. But learning how to finish is also crucial. And I need to get better at finishing. Oh yeah, and now I can mention the diminished wallpaper as a finished piece now as well, but it's pretty basic. A lot of my finished pieces are quite basic, with super basic backgrounds and stuff. Basic perspective. So I'm still not anywhere close to like a virtuosic artist or anything. I'm much more able to get the job done with projects that I want to create, and that's sort of mostly all I've wanted to do. That's mostly the quality that I've wanted to attain, is the quality that is enough to make my dreams alive on paper and on the screen, and take it to other people and have it look and feel and sound exactly the way that I imagine it to, if not better. And Diminish was mostly able to do that for me. And many things are not hitting me. And one of them is the fact that I've come that far. From 2016, 2017, when I was just so disappointed and dissatisfied and demotivated about my level as an artist and my just perpetual inability to make things look the way I wanted, have things come out the way I wanted in general, have other people see what I wanted them to see, and Diminish is basically doing all of that. It's wonderful. Phantom says, that gives me a lot of hope. I try really hard on my projects and try to get them done. I usually don't, but out of all of them, only a few remain that I'm still not giving up on. Knowing that you are similar but can finish something gives me a lot of hope. And there's kind of a special feeling whenever you do finish something, when you're like that. I will say. Unfortunately, one of the only things I was able to finish that I was proud of at the time was part of a YouTube account that was terminated for copyright strikes. Many of them were questionable, but you know, that's life. And I had problems with my computer, and so I lost those files as well, so I can't even go back into my computer and find that stuff. Curse Calendar says you seem a little quiet. That's interesting. It might be that the music... I'm listening to a different lo-fi radio, so the music might be louder, because the microphone is definitely as high as it usually is, so the music might be a bit louder than usual. Then Waff, hello. Welcome. No, I saw your all caps stuff in the top chat. When you're saying, I was literally about to say that, Theo, I'm literally in the same boat. But I am in live chat now, just so you know. Book Nerd says, Diminish. Yes, the OG Scratchy comment. Oh, Theo says, oh sorry, I wasn't referring to your game with that message. But it's true though. It's correct. It's a correct sentiment. Desi says, make a bunch of little and done shit before the big shit. That seems to be the common thing that accomplished people say. Especially accomplished game developers, or just people who have been through that. That's what everybody was trying to tell me when I was first entering like their communities, as that artist who was like 99.9% of aspiring game developers biting off 10 billion freaking metric tons more than they could chew. And I still struggle with that. It's probably going to be lifelong, because I feel like that's just a perpetual thing that happens to artists, is ambition. It's a good thing, but you have to be able to temper it with what your life will allow you to do, and there are many factors to that. I was quiet. That's interesting. My microphone level was definitely... yeah, the same. So I guess the music was louder than usual. Sorry about that, everybody. That sucks. 37 minutes in and still on an empty canvas. Yeah. Not even on a canvas. So, now that you mention it, I might pause tennis here, because I'm not watching it.
You do it at home. The rest is bullshit and you know it.
I'm actually going to switch, because I feel like that might get in the way of me talking. It was I was liking that though. The Mandalorian theme. I feel like I should go off of this. that actually made me scared that I might get like DMCA or something. I don't know if that's how all of these would work. Okay, now we're back on the one that I usually use. So here's what I might do right now, because I'm feeling a bit too tired to work on my actual job. I need to get into that, but at some point. But I might give a shot to doing a couple of tiny little requests for people through Ko-Fi. I've gotten 5? Holy moly. Yeah, I got 5. Oh dear. Wow. Oh god, thank you all. So here's what I might do for now, anyway. Well, once I catch up on chat again, because I still didn't actually catch up all the way. Desi says, how do you practice / force yourself to practice at art? I often ignore practice to make what I want and then get sad when it's not as good as I like. That's exactly what I do, Desi. The practice that I do is just kind of drawing things that I feel like drawing, which is usually just muscles and anatomy and water themed stuff and like my OCs. So that's basically what, and like fan art, like whenever I improved a ton by doing a ton of the Dragon Prince fan art. So that's really the key, is just getting yourself to feel like drawing something, anything, just drawing and enjoying it and wanting to come back. That's how you get better. Oh, and I mean, you'll probably benefit more from doing more regimented practice, but if you stop doing art because you hate it, then you'll be worse because you won't be making art. So, take that with whatever amount of salt that you should take it with. I don't know how much that is. I'm very much just floundering in this world. Bisuki says, it's so amazing to know how powerful Diminish is for you, Say, because it really means so much to us. Art is so cool and crazy like that. Siri is like when you tell someone else in your dreams where they can actually see all the beautiful stuff you saw, instead of just describing things to them that bore them into oblivion. Doesn't make any sense at all, or am I being a dingus? No, we're all dinguses, we're all dingy, we're all ding-eye. But I think that's a nice way to put it, and a clear way to put it. Because that hits on one of the things that really affects the way that I interact with people. I've mentioned it before, but I'm usually extremely not talkative in social settings because, or at least I never talk about myself or things that I'm interested in social settings because I never ever want to feel like the person that I'm talking to isn't interested in what I'm saying, and that they feel obligated to listen to me, or they aren't getting the most out of the conversation. So usually I just don't ever talk about myself or the things that I'm dreaming of or interested in and stuff, because I would just rather feel like they're happy in the conversation. And so yeah, environments like this are kind of a godsend for me, and I'm not used to this feeling where I can just talk about myself and things that I'm extremely passionate about, and people are here for that. Like, they're literally here to hear that. Which is nice. It makes me feel really vindicated, and it's a rare feeling. But also, yeah, the art itself is me doing that, and I probably shouldn't have to feel like I have to go through something as elaborate as making Diminish in order to get this sort of environment for myself. I probably should be able to feel like I can. I should have the self-esteem to talk about myself around like two people without having like this super grand reason for it. And I didn't make Diminish so that I could have this environment. I should make that clear, because that's not what I was trying to lead into. I made Diminish for many reasons, but yeah, I'm super glad at how everything has turned out. It's unthinkable and very surreal, and remaining that way. I just still can't wrap my head around it at all. Cecilia says, it's like seeing what someone is describing and having the vision that they have. Yeah, like the way I used to think of it and talk about it when I first started on this journey was, I want people to live in my worlds with me. That's how it feels like. That's how it felt like, and that's how it still feels like my desire. I want people, like, back then my biggest dream was just to see people talking about characters that I made at all, you know, and like relating to them, or like headcanoning about them, drawing them, of course, but just like seeing that once was like the big thing that kept me going in life for a couple of years, and it took like 5 years for that to happen. And so once that initial dream started to feel like it wasn't, I had no idea when, if ever, it was going to come true. That was when I had to really dig deep and look deep within and find why I was really doing all of this, and find more substantial reasons, and become more introspective, and sort of develop a more sustainable way of living, you know, mentally, psychologically. Because it was really, really fun to daydream all day long and draw things all day long just out of blissful idealism and hope. But once I reached a period of intense burnout and despair, after that initial 2 years or year and a half or so of that just blissful obliviousness and just riding the wave of let's do it, and dreaming of moments like this, once I accepted the reality of like you're not living that right now, you don't know if you ever will, that was when I answered a lot of questions about myself as a human being. And now we're here. And all those dreams all of a sudden came true after I sort of gave up on them, on the possibility that, like, when I was that idealistic and that naive, the way that I framed all of those moments in my head probably wouldn't come true the way that I imagined them. But guess what? They all did. And I was so unprepared because I thought that it was just all fantasy. And in a way it was, but then my fantasies came true. That's why I'm so grateful to all of you, and why I keep saying stuff like that all the time. Because I just never thought it was possible. And I knew that it was possible for me to achieve great things, but I didn't think that the way that I was dreaming about all that stuff was possible. Sorry, that went off on another tangent, but I hope you enjoyed it. Phantom says, ambition! Yes. Adventure! Yusuke says, when your creations become larger than you. When your creations become wider than even you. Speaking of myself. Then that was just supposed to be a joke, but I realized that it could be interpreted as like me calling Bisuki wide, and I don't want it to come off like that. So sorry, that ended up very awkward. Just because I'm awkward. It's alright, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Phantom says, I'm so ambitious, but I refuse to give up. Yes. Yeah, that was the key, was just not straight up giving up, because even though I really doused a lot of the way I approached my process and tempered a lot of things, I never truly gave up on what I wanted in life. Yes, sorry for switching if you liked that song. It was just like that person started, like that voice started randomly coming in, and it was wigging me out. Desi says, I think the most ambitious thing I started was a book in 6th grade, and I got like 2 chapters done before realizing there was no plot. That's not your fault for not finishing. Yeah, that's not your fault. Pisuki says, yo, I want to know all of your OCs. You have no idea what that just did to my insides, because that was everything that I was just talking about. That was everything that I was just talking about, that I was dreaming about every day, that was getting me through every day, and making me have all-nighters because of how excited I was at those dreams. That was exactly it. Just now. We can take a look at my OCs once I catch up. If you want. And I'll never get to anything. That's totally... Well, I'll be getting to things that I've been dreaming of. You know what? That's fine. And if people want that, then that's that's all that I want. Yeah, I was at 2 coffees. Shane says I'm pretty good at character and plot. I think it's descriptive writing that I suck at. I don't know if I have any great advice about that, but try out different forms, because I think something that helped me was moving to writing film script format instead of novel format, because in novel format I was good at descriptive writing, but I did way too much of it, and that ended up bringing down my works. And so when I switched to film format, I was able to learn how to get the most out of minimal descriptions, and that improved me as a writer overall. And then of course my dialogue improved, because film scripts are centered mostly around dialogue, and using dialogue as the core of scenes. Unless you're working on a film where that's not the case, in which case you have to be more creative with it, and you approach it from different ways. But in general, you probably know what I mean. But yeah, like maybe try comic formats, where the goal of your descriptions are to tell the artist exactly how the scene looks, and it's in a more mechanical way sometimes. Obviously, there's in comic creation there is a degree of creative choices and creative I wish I could think of this word that I want to think of. The artist, to a certain degree, can create what they see in what the writer is describing, and that also takes a bit off of the writer's shoulders when they're describing panels. And so it's also helpful to try writing your first comic outlines in the true comic format. I'm sorry, that was very disjunct in my will way. Imagine having a predetermined plot. Desi says, I like knowing how things end and begin. The middle bits, however, I think that is extremely common. I think that's extremely common. Phantom says, I'm great at writing music, but I'm not good at drawing. I can be slow with music. And yeah, you don't have... That's... Like, this is one of the hard things to come upon as well, is like... Especially if you're like me, and you're most happy whenever you have complete control over every single aspect of the thing that you're creating, at least so far, because I haven't been in many true group environments where I'm making a professional work. Then it does pay off to try and become proficient, if not truly gifted at all of the different parts of whatever you're trying to create. And in my case, it's a video game, so I have to get good at art and animation and music and writing and whatever else, and coding and whatever else the specific project might require, whether that be voice acting and of course sound design. Sound design was something that I didn't work at very often, and luckily it happened really well for Diminish. I was proud of many of the sounds and a lot of the sound design. But it can be helpful to know, and hopefully it is a weight off your shoulders to know that you don't have to do everything. If it is available to you, and if you want to, then there is somebody out there for you who can help you. And you never know what sort of connections you might make as a result, or the friendships you can create. And it is difficult, and there is a complete new dimension, a complete new world of challenge that comes as a result of working with other people to create something that, like, to create your work. But I think to a certain degree it's unavoidable if you plan to continue being a creator and expand yourself as a creator. Expand! But, yeah, that's something that I need to have more experiences with. But yeah, keep at it. If you're that set on becoming proficient at all the different aspects, then keep trying, keep learning. Cecilia says, of the few conversations I've had with you, say you're great to talk with, nothing to worry about. Thank you. Cecilia says, even if we aren't friends as much as I admittedly like to be, it's okay. Conversations with you absolutely make doubly sure that the conversation is pleasant for everyone involved instead of just you. It's incredibly sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I will talk to you later about the other sentiments that you brought up there. Because I feel like I should bring that up in private. Bisuki says, I know you'll get to this chat way after talking about it. But I appreciate you talking about how you interact in social settings like that. I feel the same way. I still don't really feel comfortable sharing with others, but I do think this community of sharing is beautiful. I agree. Why did the chat just shoot down? Oh, how behind am I? Oh my goodness! But I do think that this community of sharing is beautiful. I hope you all like what I create when I release it someday. Oh my god, I'm really far behind, everybody. I'm so sorry. Don't worry about your language, Bisuki. I'm really glad that you identify so closely. Cecilia says, I did my first fan art of my life, and I showed it to a couple people, say included. It was Apollo. Yeah. And I liked it. And this community has been nothing but supportive. And the reason that I was so happy was because of everything I've been talking about, the art process. I was so honored that Apollo was the thing that made you want to try out drawing a character. And that is so important to your process of getting better at drawing characters, is just picking up the pen and going at it for the first time. I don't know if it was the first time, but like, you were talking about how you weren't planning on doing it for a while. So that was so... it was such an honor that you chose Apollo. Apollo was the thing that inspired you to do that, and hopefully you improved as a result. Cecilia says, it's always such a strange feeling sharing art with the community, but it will never be one of hate. Like, no shot they'll ever feel anything but great about whatever it is you share. Yeah, isn't that incredible? And that also, yeah, that is, I'd like to also say that, yeah, that is a gift to have in a community, is that feeling of like that confident feeling that people are going to respond to it in the healthiest possible way. Like, I've noticed that people have been giving small critiques, but they always do it in the best way. It is rare and it's wonderful. Thank you all for being the best community in the world. Celine says, the introspection is one of the best parts about Diminished. The heaviest parts are things like the soups of the day or Apollo's notes or Will's rant in 17.5. Just those times when the people stop and share what's on their minds. I'm glad you think so. Van Wolf says, I once heard someone say that the most difficult challenge for the beginner artist is to keep going. Bisuki says, I hope you all know that I'm a huge fan of others sharing their work with me. Everyone needs that opportunity. I'm open for anyone who wants to share with me. I love it. And again, I'll mention the art house server that I was a part of for a while in my early stages of this new part of my life, because it was geared around people, a celebration, like a festival type environment of people sharing art with each other and getting constructive criticism, sharing experiences. I really need to figure out if I can get an invite for that. Because God, did it help me. And there was, I forgot to mention, there was another person who was sort of a support person for me during that era. And he's making a webcomic, and it makes me happy that he's still going on, plugging away at that. I met him through that art house. We haven't been talking as much at all in the last few years, but I still think of him sometimes. Bisuki says, it's okay, I like wide folks just fine. Most of my characters are wide. I, however, am a tiny little girly stick boy. And in a way, I envy you for that, because I've always wished I could be that. My entire life, I've always just wanted to be lean and skinny. So I appreciate that's all. I'll leave it there. Desi says, I really want to hear about your stuff, Basuki. I've seen you talking to others myself about art and stuff, but if you love to see anything you make, yeah. God, you guys are amazing. Avi says, I love when people share their work with me too, it's very wonderful. I'd also love to see the OCs. Okay, fine. Zach Bard, hello. Zach says, oh god, I'm sorry that's taking me so long to get to you. Zach says, hey, I absolutely love Diminish. It's pretty much my favorite thing on YouTube right now. Thank you. Sorry about that. I just had to. God, thank you. Zach also says, I just had a movie night with a group of friends and I used whatever I'm into on YouTube as bumpers while waiting for people and they liked it too. Yo! Thank you. I'm so happy that they liked it too. Thank you for coming in and telling me all this. It makes me... if you know what I mean. Phantom says, FL Studio for the win. Yes. One of the greatest investments in my life. I bought, like, the standard producer version. It was the one that was, like, a bit less than $400, I think. Or less than $300? One of those, I don't know. Cecilia says, in general, I just try to write whatever comes to my mind. I'm never trying to do anything full-fledged, really. I once wrote, like, 12 or 13 chapters or something of something based on a manhwa I was reading. I'm not sure what that is. Each chap I was trying to keep at least 8,000 plus characters, and guess what? That was my hyperfixation for that week or two, and that's how I actually got to ever doing it. Yeah, and that tends to be the way it is for me. And that's the way, like, going back, you say, I'm never trying to do anything full-fledged. Never trying to do anything full-fledged, really. That tends to be when I'm at my most productive, you know? I've slowed down a lot on Dear Sonic, my Sonic fan comic. I've got two of those chapters done, and now that I'm trying to really get everything holistically cohesive in the best possible ways, I've been struggling a little bit, but I think I can do it. The Gamer. Bob says, I can't wait until I get back to my house so I can do an animation to a song that I like. It's going to be my first art piece. Yo. Get it. Then Wolf says, Cecilia, if you ever want to share your art stuff with someone, please do hit me up. Yes. Yes. Cecilia says, my writing specifically. Oh gosh, I don't think I have the heart to share that. As for art... blah, blah. Oh, and my chat leaped again. How behind am I? Okay, not as behind. Good. Zach Bard says... What do you use to make the art for Diminish? I use, you said the music. FL Studio 12. That's what I use. And I use some free sound fonts I found online and some built-in things in FL Studio, like, what's it called? FL... What are you called? Oh my god. Oh god. Mini synth. I use that a lot. Sometimes I use... And these are things within FL Studio. These are not separate programs. Sometimes I use... GMS. The Groove Machine Synthesizer module. And sometimes I use FL Slayer, or was it Slayer that I was using for guitar stuff for a minute when I was figuring out how it worked? I can't remember. But yeah, FL Studio 12, it's nice. Oh, Desi says, I would be so bad at sound design, seeing as I can only hear half of anything. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're half deaf. And I need to get better at planning out accessibility features for everything that I ever create, but especially games, because I've never thought about that before until like a couple months ago for the first time. I need to get better with that. I need to start planning that stuff out. Phantom says, I wouldn't be able to do the game projects I want to complete. It would take my entire life to finish. I'm definitely going to get help. I have friends that are helping with music and ideas. Nice. I need developers. He says, nah, we just keep talking. It's fine, keep talking. I'll catch up eventually. I'm getting there. Yeah, don't stop talking. Pick, hello! Made it, but I'm sleepy. Hi everyone. Hope you're having a great time. Yeah, don't worry. Don't keep yourself up just for the sake of catching the stream. I saw you earlier and I was very very touched, and I'm again sorry that this is such a bad time for you. But it's good. It's cool to see you. Yeah, by talking so fast now. Avi says, yes, if anyone would want to share anything they're passionate about, I'll be happy to listen. I'm new here, but I like when people talk about things that make them happy with me. Yeah, you're already a nice presence here, so don't worry. Avi says, sorry for being a bit late when talking. It takes a bit for me to formulate sentences. God, do I relate. This is definitely a challenging venue for me because, and any sort of one-to-one physical interaction, because I'm the same way. And yeah, usually that's why I love writing, because it's the format with which I am able to be my most precise with language. And I was just thinking about earlier how I view language as an art form in itself, and the use of language feels to me like it's the same as me drawing something, because I love how creative you can be with building sentences and weaving a picture with that, and creating such specific meanings with specific words. I really enjoy doing that, but because of that, it is a challenging. It takes a lot of energy for me, and sometimes it takes me a long time, and sometimes I can't think of the words that I want in time, like it just happened to me a bit earlier. Xbox. Alright, I'm about caught up now. Cecilia says, I always try to kind of not type too much when you're far... No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, please, everybody. Say what you need to say. Say what you need to say. Phantom says, I've been working with FL for 6 years now. Same, it was middle of 2015, so not quite 6 years for me, but getting there. Bob says, hey, don't worry about taking so much on one message. Hell, spend an hour on a single message. We'll all get a turn. Hopefully. Yeah, and hopefully when you're all still here and, like, listening, that's the main thing that I worry about. And I'm caught up. Alright. Whew, okay, so OCs. Am I going to show some OCs? I've shown some before. And I guess I could like do quick drawings of them if I don't have drawings that I feel are relevant enough. And that could gear me up for like doing really quick doodles for people for Ko-Fi requests. Oh my god, when was the last time I drew Siffy? I wonder if I'll remember. I could just try and find something of her. All of that stuff is going to be so old though. She's from the very first project that I was talking about. Welcome back to the present. Thank you, Abby. Please, OCs. Okay. I have this character named Apollo. I don't know. I don't know if people would like them. Kind of like a wolf thing, but kind of like also like a person. I feel like that's kind of avant-garde. I don't know if anybody is doing stuff like that with characters these days. Zach Bard says, words are hard, yo. I used to be a copy editor, but I am an absolute disaster talking in person. It's so different. Cecilia says, I've heard from a couple of people in my past that I do have a way with words. I like toying with that sometimes, just kind of seeing where I go. Yeah, you seemed well-spoken in the voice chat. You seem like you enjoy talking, so when you put those two things together, then usually you have somebody who is good at speaking. Dizzy says, I love people's OCs and also names. OC names fun. Yeah, like Azure. Kind of just like a random collection of letters that I still like. But her nickname is better. Oh no, I will not show you some some of these things. Those would be spoilers. And many of these things are spoilers, but you know, not for something as relevant as the thing that brought you all in here. Oh, this will be interesting. Let's see how long it takes me to find any of these things. Maybe I can find some things from the olden days and show you. Maybe I will show you art that I'm not proud of. I don't know. Oh, that'll be tough for me, but maybe it'll be good for all of you. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, I know one that I want to show first. I can show you Eva. Eva. I wanted her to be named Ava. I wanted that to be how you pronounce her name, but I wanted the name of the game that she was in to be Evening. And so it would make more sense for her name to be pronounced Eva.
It's currently OC hours. Apollo seems like a cool guy.
Mizuki says, also, do you have any place where you post your OCs, Saria? You dirty furry! I've posted some OCs sporadically on Twitter. That's probably the place where I posted them the most. And then in places like the art house, I posted them all the time. All the time when I was in that phase where I was drawing them all the time. At least those specific ones. So no place that you probably would have access for can you see a bunch of them. You probably would see Eva around if you dug into my Twitter enough. You'd see plenty of things of her. And boy, I love Ava. See, I'm switching between Ava and Eva because God, I've been thinking of her for years, and I usually think of her as Ava. Is this like the most complete one? Well, I'll show this one first. This is Eva. And then Wolf says you are legally obliged to share your OCs. Dizzy says I have an OC that was just meant to be a joke, and then he became one of my favorite characters, but his name is fucking Apop. It's gorgeous. Dizzy says, how many of your OCs are furry-esque? Probably more than half, maybe. Well, because of my tennis webcomic, I'll show you some of my tennis webcomic OCs, I guess. Because of my tennis webcomic, definitely not more than half, just because that entire webcomic is based in the real world. Or like this exact planet, basically. Or like a very, very close alternate Earth. This is Eva. Yeah, this is probably one of the things that I made in 2019 that I can look at and enjoy the most. 2019 was very much like a transition year for me. Desi says, I'd love to see your bad art. Any artist that makes some bad art, and it's great to see how far you've come / how you are unpolished. I might, yeah. We all have bad art. Cecilia says, oh, just as an aside, though I know you said you'd bring it up privately, I hope you understand what I mean when I say I'd love to have a bit more friends, just no pressure on any side. And that's what I'm going to bring up. Like, I feel like the way that you've approached me has been basically as tactful as it could possibly be, and I really appreciate it. I'm only sorry that I'm taking up that tactfulness and remaining a bit more distant. And again, I'll talk a bit more in private, but yeah, you've been really, really, really cool, and I really appreciate you. Bisuki says, I will buy 5,000 Ko-Fi for you if you embarrass yourself on stream with your old stuff. Don't throw money at me if I do it, because I was gonna do it anyway, but But yeah, okay. If you guys, if you folks are really interested, then yeah, I will. I will. She was a skater girl. She said, "See you later, girl." Bisaki says, Saria, I might have to ask for Ava's hand in marriage. Are you a girl? If not, then... Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, all of the non-females in chat who want to marry Ava, tough luck. Yeah, tennis webcomic. Yeah, tennis webcomic. Yeah, it's not gotten off the ground at all yet, but I have drawn a lot of a certain character that I'll show you. But I've. Zach says, "Oh my god, I had a character named Wilker for a long time because I liked how it sounded." Yeah, that's all it takes, honestly. I'm sure there are a lot of popular characters in history that's the story behind their name. Desi says, "I love how you draw hands. The shading on them definition is very nice." Yeah, like that's the only thing about this piece that I question sometimes is the exact things about that hand, but I mean overall it's fine. And I looked very specifically at a reference, so am I gonna save a new version of this 3 years later? Fine, why not? Looks a bit better, I think. So yeah, I haven't even started talking about Eva yet. I've talked about her a bit here and there when I've mentioned my obsession with water and stuff. But Eva is the protagonist of another game project that I've been planning. She was the second game idea that I got once I started this new path in my life. So she was conceived in August of 2017, and I can actually show you the first thing that I drew the night that the idea for that game came into my head. I'll show you that next. So I guess I'll find that. It might take a minute. Bear with me. So, I'll try and keep talking about her as I'm looking. So, Eva is, she is, from San Francisco. She has, Chinese heritage. And her whole life she has struggled with a deep, invasive and crippling, phobia of water. And early in her life, there was a tragic event that, only worsened that, and that's all I'll say for now. But she had a rough life because of the event and the grief that resulted, and because of her fear of water, and just how absolutely, truly powerful that fear was and is. And at one point, she channeled a lot of her feelings into martial arts, and so she became a great martial artist, mixed martial artist. At one point, she traveled to China and studied at a Shaolin temple, and was very highly regarded there. She was lucky enough to be able to get close to many of the highest monks there, and study with them and have them take her under their wing. And when she goes back, she helps teach at a martial arts school, and she's a recent high school graduate and trying to figure out the next phase of her life. But her father, or one of her parents, is a brilliant scientist, and at one point in her life, they just kind of start wasting away, and they're just completely not present anymore. Something happens to them, and neither Eva or her other parent can figure out what's going on, but they just completely just shut off and are only working, they're only interested in their work, that all they're doing is working. And then they disappear at one point. And then sometime after this, Eva wakes up in an alien world. and that's when the events of her game start to take place. So that's the story behind Eva, as I completely failed to look for the first drawing I ever made of her in mid-2017. Oh, Bisuki says, I'm intersex, so neither technically, but I look like a girl. Does that count? You know what? Give it a shot. I bet she'd give you a shot. Or, like, give you a chance. I'm gonna be behind on chat again. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. See. Oh, yeah. Now we're getting into some old stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's kind of cute. That's not the first stuff, though. I have to go back so far. How about now? What's in here? We're getting closer now, right? Is this still not... Oh, no, we're here now. Is this the one? Yeah, okay, so this is... this is the first thing I ever drew of Eva from mid-2017. Eva, I don't know. It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know what's going on in the background, though. That's kind of weird. Her arm is completely wrong. Both of them. Yeah, part of the design was that the shoes were going to be gigantic. So that's kind of intentional, but it still looks a little off. The legs are kind of okay. The torso is totally okay. The hair, I have no idea what I was doing. I mean, the bangs are fine. The bang, that's a nice shape here. But... everything else, like, God, I don't know. Like, especially the stuff in the back. The tattoo is the main thing. Like, whenever I draw Eva, I tend to forget the tattoo, and it's like the coolest thing about her design. Zach says tennis webcomic link. It doesn't exist yet, sorry, but I'll talk a bit about that after this, I guess. Basically says Eva is literally so dope. Thank you. Bob says thank you for making such a great, wonderful community. A couple days ago, I had a conversation with the Discord about my old dog, and I guess I needed to talk about him again. That's yeah. It happens. It just needs to happen sometimes. Cal, you are a treasure. It's true. Aliens, yes! Oh, speaking of aliens, if you want to see a crucial alien, I can show you kind of what she looks like. A fairly recent. Okay, well first I'll show you a drawing that I'm extremely not proud of. Do I really want to? Okay, yeah, people expressed interest. Well, first I'll show you something cool with... Sorry, I'm really scattered. I'll show you something cool with... Yeah! She's got a Shaolin broadsword. Doing a little pose that I don't know if it's correct at all, but... Okay, so there's that. So yeah, that was her backstory, and then like the premise of the game was just like she finds herself in an alien planet, and then it's sort of like a survival game. 2D survival action. I love your name too, Bisuki. That's a good point. She'll give me a chance. My life is complete. Yeah, Eva is a person who is very aware in about how she's a very romantic person, and she needs to have a person in her life romantically, and so that ends up being a focus of her stories. But she's also very gay. Tennis. Dizzy says, I think I can learn a lot from you in dynamic posing. Most of my art seems very static. Well, for me it seems like a trade-off, because every time I try and draw like a standard person, like drawing or like standing there in a neutral pose, I can't do it. So it's interesting how it's like a straight trade-off. Okay, yeah, I'll show the horrible thing that I was talking about. Don't worry. Okay, here it is, and then I'll show the alien. Okay, so it at least it outlines how she feels about water. So yeah, I'm not proud of this. I know that you probably don't mind anything about this. You probably think I'm being too hard on myself, and that's fair. This doesn't look how I want it to. And because of that, I improved a lot. And I'm able to make things these days that make me happy instead of this. But the point of this drawing is, like, this is how she feels about water. Okay. It hurts me to look at this. Many things on this computer will hurt me to look at. That's okay. That's the way it is. It's the way it is. Nope, not that. Okay, I'm not super happy with this one either, but I kind of like the pose. And the the halberd looks kind of good, actually. The halberd looks pretty good. So this is one of the aliens. Or at least this is an early concept. This is an early visualization of one of the aliens, one of the most important characters from that world. King also says, hey, are you still interested in the idea of Jackbox with the diminished server? I am. I think that's something that we'll need to plan out. But yeah, I am interested in doing it. I am interested in doing it at some point. Bob says, it's really nice talking about stuff that is really sad to me in Discord, because my anxiety to talking to people about touchy subjects to me kind of fades away. That's another amazing thing about that community. This community. Yeah. I'm so glad, because I'm not good at talking to people about stuff like that. I never know what to say. I mean, I can at least listen, but I'm really, really glad that this is a community of people who are passionate about addressing, like, listening to people and then helping them with that stuff. And just because I'm bad about, like, responding to things like that, don't feel like you can't come to me with things like that. I don't want that to be what you take from that. But I love this community, and that's one of the reasons. Because they're so good at helping people, it seems. Abby says, "Gay little Eva does a kickflip." Why is that sentence so good? I don't know. Celine says, "I think all artists have that feeling of looking at their ancient works like, oh, this is awful. I don't want anyone to see this. Goodness knows my first ever slash fic was not great." There's some things that I drew from back in those days that I look at and I don't mind at all. But yeah, it's for very specific reasons that I don't like a lot of my older works. Celine says, "On our end being plural put that into perspective for us and kept that feeling from getting too toxic. It's harder to hate your past self when your past self is their own person now." Okay, yeah. And I actually, as a non-plural person, I do think about that sometimes. About how maybe I should be kinder to my past self, because my past self is still me. Yeah, it's something that I think about now and then, and I don't come to a true answer with, and that's okay. Because it's not something that I'm really struggling with, so. I'm glad you guys like that piece. But yeah, the main thing I was going for there was just like the monsters underwater reaching for her, and you don't know if those monsters are actual, or if they're like real, or if they're just a part of her imagination, a part of what she deals with every single time that she deals with water. Celine says, "They say that we're our own worst critics and that you wouldn't say things about others' work that you would say about yours. Nothing like our situation to make that literally true, though." Yeah. Welcome back, Venwaf. Bob says, "The arms look like the background of Act 1. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the halberd is pretty good. I'm happy with how that came out, yeah. Yeah, so this, her working name is Doe, because she's a part of this alien race that has a language that does not work. I mean, it might work similarly to like a language maybe from one of the African countries, or one of the regions in Africa that has 2,000 languages. I said hundreds of thousands in another stream. That was completely wrong. It's around 2,000 or more languages in the continent of Africa that are known. But the language spoken in this alien planet is basically all pitch-based, with maybe minor inflection. Well, not inflections. It's all inflections, but minor percussive stuff happening to variate different pitch work. So her name is something like something like that. Those are the wrong pitches. But yeah, the octave matters too. So if I try to do it in an octave better for me, then it would not be her name anymore. But I actually have. I could play you a little version of a sketch of her theme that I made in FL Studio. I could play you something that you might hear the first time that you encounter her. Because, for reasons, the first time you encounter her is a very, 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 very tough fight. It's a boss fight. Let's see if I can find this in any sort of reasonable amount of time. And I'm going to be getting behind on chat again, so I'm sorry. That's just the reality of my life, apparently. Oh gosh, I hope I can find this. I need to get better with, Okay. I think I know where it is. I need to get better with organizing things, but I think I know where this one is. Maybe. We're gonna find out. Okay, I was wrong. Darn it. Oh. Where was that? Shoot. This was inevitable! It will always be this way. Every single time I ever try to find some... no. I vetoed myself immediately. Nope, definitely not in there. Compositions. Yeah, every single place I look is going to be wrong. Every single initial choice. Okay, what if I go in here, and then here, and then here? Nope. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Compositions. Are you in here? Nope. How? I thought that it was in that first place that I looked. I really thought it was. But it wasn't. So, I know that it was somewhere in my Dropbox. I know that for certain. Ah, maybe? Nope. Oh God, help me. And everyone who is in here right now. No. Where is it, dude? This makes me so sad. Gosh darn it. Oh, I didn't even see that somebody asked her name. But yeah, I'm trying to find a good representation of her name. Poopy 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 poopy. This is so confusing. There's no way it was in here, right? It couldn't have been. I guess I'll just run a search and try and find it that way. It found it immediately. You see how bad I am at thinking critically? I wonder if this is the version that I want. Yeah, let me go with a different one. It was in... I thought I looked in here. What is happening? I'm so confused. Is this why I haven't been able to find things when I... Lately? Yeah. Is this why I haven't been able to find things lately? I think weird things are happening with my Dropbox. Okay, I'll try this one instead. Okay, so maybe you're actually about to hear a little theme that I sketched out for this alien person. It's like the middle of her boss theme, but also not really because it's going to be adjusted probably. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it. Okay, so there's a little motif that you were hearing in there repeatedly. The ba ba da ba ba da ba da ba da. That's her name, but on that higher octave. That's her name. Okay, it only took me 15 minutes to tell you what her name is. We can listen to that again while I look a bit through chat, which I'm going to be 6,000 eons behind on by this point. Yeah, Zach says, speaking of someone who's failed multiple classes because of this, better done bad than not done at all because of struggling with perfectionism. Yes. I had to learn that the hard way multiple times, says Zach. And I have to learn the hard way, well, sometimes. Mainly I just go. Hi Glitch, sorry, I'm like 16 billion years behind on chat, as I've already said. I'm really, really, really far behind. Thank you all for adoring Doe. There's another thing of her that I made more recently because I was... This doesn't look as upsetting to me as I remember. But here's another attempt at her design. This one was on my Twitter fairly recently. Oh yeah, sorry Bob. Thank you for showing up. It was awesome having you here. Thanks for the questions and participating. Have a good one. Alright, same to you, King Azo. Zach says, what you're talking about hating yourself. There's no one you can hate more intimately than you hate yourself. Because you know all your motives and dark thoughts, but the trick to not hating yourself is to treat yourself like you would others. Yeah, it's an important way to look at yourself. As long as you treat others, as long as you know how to treat others. Definitely. As long as you're proud of the way that you treat others, and you think that the way you treat others is the way that is like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Desi says, you think I'd have a fear of water, seeing how many times I nearly drowned as a young kid, but I love it. God, so do I. But yeah, sorry you almost drowned. But I'm glad you still love it. Yeah, but yeah, hi Glitch. Sorry. Hi, I hope you're doing well. He says, I'm slaying you. Sorry, I don't mean to kill you, literally. Yeah, if any of you have played Touhou or Touhou, I don't know which one is the correct one. Obviously, that is inspired by the music in that series. I've never at all played any of those games, but I've been a fan of the soundtrack for many years. The soundtracks. They have their they have their thing that they're going for, and they do it. They do that thing, and it sounds amazing every time. So I can find you if I can find it. I can try and find the isolated version of her name. Here it is. That is Doe's name in her actual language. At least as represented by instruments. And what they call Eva in their language is the main part of the melody of the title theme of that game. So I can bring up the title. I can bring up the title theme again. I've played it a few times on my streams. But of my friends, it's often like their favorite thing of anything that I've written. So they tell me. It's one of the videos on my channel, so at least this one is easier to find. Thank the Lord. Hopefully the audio is still balanced okay. I'm a mess. Bisuki says, Say, are you trying to avoid showing us all your NSFW drawings, all your not safe for work drawings? I've done like 2 or 3 of those in my entire life. I just can't bring myself to do it, usually. I've had to force myself to do it for anatomy practice, and I've still only done it like 2 or 3 times. So no, I'm not avoiding showing you my not safe for work drawings, because they mostly just don't exist. I'm such a weirdo. Abby says, this is so cool, I love the language idea and the creature. I think designing aliens and creatures... I like designing aliens and creatures too, because there's a lot of room to do fun things like that, yeah. Oh, Theo, good night. Thanks for showing up. Sorry that it's so late. Sleep well. Have a good night! Venwolf says, they look like they would break my spine 5 seconds after our first interaction. Yeah, that's the thing. Because I'm pretty sure that this halberd is actually, like, way, way, way heavier than most halberds, and it's, like, a couple of tons or something? I don't know. Yeah, that's one of her things. That's a thing about her. Serious secret sexy sketches. Say that 5 times fast. I won't. Thank you very much. Affectionately called the S4. Good. That's the big S. That's the real big S. That's probably too loud, isn't it? Here's her name. That's Eva's name in that language. But again, it's very specific pitches, because so this theme modulates, and so actually, yeah, it modulated back to the original key just there, and so actually when it modulates, it's not her name anymore, because the pitches are different. Yeah, Bisuki does seem extremely nice. Yeah, I Love Phantom immediately thought of Toho as soon as that song started, yeah. Finally catching up to that part. 100% Toho. Phantom going off. Desi liked it very much, yeah. This one was, that was a really fun little thing to make. Because it was really impulsive. I can't remember if I was doing drawings of Do first, or if I did that first and then did drawings of Do. But I was just thinking about Do and getting really, really hype, and so I kind of just made that little segment of that song, and I was having a lot of fun with it. It makes me want to freak out and win, yeah. Oh, yeah, Desi says, I love song names, and so, what did I end up... Yeah, I named that first one that sounded like Toho. This one. This one I named She Can Move the Planet. She can lift the planet. Phantom says it's Undyne but Do. You're not wrong. Pig says she seems nicer without her big weapon. Undone! Yeah, I like this one. Song is so loud now? Yep, that's what I thought. Recent stream you said that an old art piece inspired Apollo, and I just looked through your entire media tab and I found that. Yeah. Yeah, it's really obvious when you see it. And that's not exactly how the character looks anymore, because I think you were a part of that stream where I explored how their design is now. And I want to try and avoid drawing them in their revealed form, because it's a bit of a spoiler for the game that they're in, that he's in. Bisuki says, your character design is really solid. I gotta make social media accounts so I can follow you and see your stuff more. Thank you for sharing this. This is really special. I guarantee you, it might be more special for me. I guarantee you it might. I'm glad that you like that concept with melodic language. I'm probably not the first person to think of that by a long shot, but I do like the potential of it. But it would also, that's one thing, is that if I were to make this into a TV series, which I think the eventual, like the ultimate form of this world and the story of Eva is going to be a TV series. But God, that'll be tough. That will be... I mean, most of the time when she's interacting, like when she learns their language and she's interacting with the people of that planet, of course you're going to be hearing it in the language of, like, whatever audio language is being played at the time. Like, for us it would be English. But there's a lot of... challenge into a lot of the ideas going into this game and the other ones that I was making before the ones I'm working on now. And many of the things going into the games I'm working on now are also tough, so I'm just trying to simplify as much as possible. That's what my current projects are about. Celine says, I must say, for someone who mostly draws not safe for work, you have a lot of characters that are nice. And feel free. Like I don't want to stop you. Even though I don't draw not safe for work myself, I don't tend to do not safe for work content. Don't feel bad about doing that with my characters if you really want to. Dizzy says, I feel like if I draw not safe for work even for anatomy practice, the police will bust through my door and arrest me. That is the first time I've heard it articulated exactly how it feels when I'm doing it. Yeah. Pisaki says, I don't mean to be over dramatic, but when her name came on, I legit got a lump in my throat. Oh. That's fine. You tell me that if you want to. You tell me that. Then Moff says, I like it opens up on so many linguistic possibilities. What does it mean when it's another key? What if it changes just a little bit if you invert it? Yep. Celia says, I feel like when I practice anatomy and I have to draw the more cruder bits, I'll just detach it as like, this is like, yeah, that's what you have to do. That's exactly, like, this is like medical. It's not lewd, it's not meant to be lewd, it's probably gonna look bad anyway. It's okay. But yeah, that's exactly how you, how I'm sure most professionals approach things like that in all crafts or all walks of life, is that you just detach yourself from because the body in its natural form isn't inherently sexual or like, you know what I mean. It's just the body. But I grew up goody two shoes 10 billion, and so it's hard for me to it's hard for me to tell myself that. Dizzy says, she certainly moved me. Aw. Oh, Celine says mostly doesn't draw. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Just for the record, Celine meant to say that they are someone who mostly doesn't draw, not safe for work. Anyway, we've only gotten through like 2 OCs at this point. At this rate, I'm going to be here until 2 a.m. only talking about my OCs. But yeah, Doe and Eva are able to, after their initial encounter, very quickly relate to each other through similar experiences, like the one that was a tragedy for Eva early on in her life. Through different ways, but eventually in very powerful ways. Oh yeah, here's another drawing of Eva that I'm actually happy with. Hopefully this is the right version, because there are versions where her proportions aren't totally correct. Yeah, here it is. This is another one about her fear. Her trying to get a handle on it. Oh, the other thing. Yeah, I always forget this. This is also kind of important about her. Eva has asthma. Very serious asthma. Desi says, me, in the privacy of my own home, seeing not even a nipple, just a mostly uncovered poopy. Oh no, oh god! Frantically searching the horizon. Cecilia says, yeah, that's how I started viewing it when I started getting more into art, because I'd been thinking about the way some people have that stereotype of, like, an art class where people are all around a circle drawing a nude model. I realized, thinking about it, wait, this is normal. This is normalized, this isn't weird, it's absolutely not sexual, yeah. Interesting. Celine says, actually meant to say that you are someone who mostly doesn't draw, not safe for work, but you have some attractive characters regardless. And I was remarking on that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm sorry. Yes, because I'm a person who is deeply entranced by, I guess, the idea of beauty and many different angles on beauty. And with that said, I try and make every single character that I design have at least one thing about them that is like a no-no in terms of conventional beauty. I want to make that be a feature of, like, every character that I design, basically. At least one, like, very clear thing that is supposed to be, like, a blemish on the way that most people view beauty, because I have things to say about that. So if any of you know anything about the Dragon Prince, can you imagine me not getting head over heels obsessed to an unhealthy degree with the Dragon Prince once it was revealed that Rayla was afraid of water? And was basically... And yeah, like, look at Eva here with 2 Shaolin broadswords. You have Rayla with the two blades. It's just kind of ridiculous how much they ended up being parallels. Oh, Bisaki asks for the song with Eva's name again. Alright. I'm gonna need to turn this down again, I think. Moon girl, moon girl. Ugh. Hopefully the audio balance is alright. Desi likes the way I draw heads and necks, very proportional. That was the thing that I wanted to make sure I got the right version of this drawing, because her head was too big in the other versions. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, it's a tattoo. So the tattoo actually is a reference / cameo / callback to the character that inspired Apollo. In a much different form. Like, it's supposed to be something, it's supposed to be like a dragon, but like the shape of the face is very much the character's face. I'll play it again after this too, why not? This is definitely by far, this piece right here is by far the best thing that I produced, period, in 2017. Not just talking about music. And I made this in 6 hours, and I have not touched it since. I made this entire thing in 6 hours, and it's probably going to be the final version. It never, ever, ever happens that way. Very, very fortunate. I was just inspired that night. Yeah, marching band was one of the most important things in my life. Phantom says, is your computer CPU okay? I don't know. I don't know. Why do you ask? Am I dropping a crap ton of visual frames, or is the music skipping or something? Bisuki says there's something so viscerally romantic about singing a name. Yeah, I'm not. This was from 2018. It's alright, I guess. But this is more of what I want. I still need to revisit, like, a more, I need to, like, draw a better reference of her full design with my style now. You were a clarinet player, says Bisuki. My sister was an extremely good clarinet player, and is. She majored in it in college. And now she just got promoted at the Cleveland Orchestra. Not for being in the orchestra, but working with the orchestra. Okay, so those are like 2 characters from that world, that universe. And what? It's been like 50 minutes since I started sharing my OCs. Gosh, darn heck. And I got a question. Trumpet player for Phantom, nice. Abby says, "Wait, I just realized I told one of my friends. I bet Will would have played brass in chat while watching Diminish. Band member recognized band member." And you were correct. Well, I don't know about Will, but I am a trombone player. Trombonist, I suppose, is the correct word. Let's switch over to... So, there was mention about how many animal characters I've created. Let me go to one of the main characters of another game that I'm making. Here's an older... I'm still trying to draw her correctly, like truly correctly. Yeah, I'm not super proud of this one overall, but you can kind of get her vibe here. Let me get this going again. There we go. This is Jenna. Jena. From another one of my games. Oh, I can show you this version of Null. I don't know if this is just one take at it. I'm trying to figure out how he's going to conceal his appearance. That's Null. And the non-spoiler appearance. Oh, but I love this drawing so much. Because this is like, oh man, am I gonna show this? I'm so bad at keeping secrets that are related to me, that are related to a work that I'm making. I'm gonna show this because I love this. So there's Jenna again. And Null again. That's what Null looks like. Cecilia says, I never had band, but that doesn't seem like a big thing in Brazil. Oh, that's too bad. Desi, when you say you did drum for 3 years, do you mean just like you played drums for 3 years, or you did drum corps for 3 years? And I'm sorry you were surrounded by horrible boys. Oh, Bisaki says, you don't have to, but will you be willing to talk about their relationship with each other? Did you mean Eva and Doe, or... I assume you mean them, because I think at that point, this was before I showed this picture. Yes, Sabretooth, indeed. Mechanic Queen, indeed. Yeah, Jenna is a Mechanic Queen. Bisaki says, stop making characters I want to marry. Teefed, what a nice creature. Bisaki says, I didn't even know I had a type until seeing your OCs. My type is apparently Saria's Creations. Oh yeah. Desi says, does he have a twin named Void? In the first game, there was a character named Void. I don't know if that's going to be a thing in the future. We'll see. Celine says, so many cuties everywhere. Avi says, I love this design. Also, a wonderful creature. Nice to meet Null. Feed the man! This is actually... this is actually Null in a much more normal, like, torso shape than what I've been giving him recently. So God, because I've been trying to figure out how grotesque I want to go with his design and his silhouette. In which case, you might be, and also because it's been inspired by Mega Man Legends and the sorts of designs you see in that series. Like, I might think about making his torso, like, which layer is in? There we go. His torso might end up being as skinny as something like that. You know? For like true body horror design stuff, you know? Yeah, he's a spiky boy, indeed. But, and here's the thing about these two. You see this picture here, right? You're looking at this picture. And you're looking at their height difference. Jenna is almost 7 feet tall. Dizzy says, drums, just regular drums and band / percussion for band. It was in middle school, okay. So much passion. Yeah, I'm really happy with this sketch. This is one of my favorite things I've ever drawn. And it's still just a sketch. That's why I'm a little bit biased in terms of finishing things, because just looking at a sketch like this places me in such a good headspace. Body horror is my type! Yeah, and he has a short muzzle here, too. I don't know. Yeah, many of the things I'm going to be showing you are not final designs. Basically all of them. All of them are going to be non-final designs. Dizzy says, I must be carried now. They will pick me up with their big muscles. So now the null's out of the bag. You can see another fun thing that I made early last year, I think? Yeah, early last year. This might be my favorite rendition of Jenna right here. Also, that's Andrea in the background. I'm still working her out, actually. I'm still figuring her out. But I think I like her design, like, physically. Honestly, This may be this might be one of the best environments I've ever drawn. Yeah, Desi notes that this looks like a manga art. Yeah. Or did I say manga? That's the first time I pronounced it like that in like 15 years. Yeah, it is sort of like manga. And this gave me hope toward being able to make a webcomic. Yeah, this is probably one of the best environments I've ever drawn. If not the best. And once again, this is a sketch that I'm very proud of. Mirko? I'm not sure. Oh, My Hero Academia is okay. I only saw season 1. I'm not huge into shonen, but I really respect that series and how viscerally appealing it is. Like shonen tends to be, but especially that one. It's like mango art! Cloud9's own. I'm meaning to see if some of my favorite people are streaming for a while now, but I'm really into this. Oh, what do you know? Like, all of my favorite people. A few of them. I'm gonna have to mute them. Oh, it's where your name came from. Okay. Oh, Midori. Okay. That makes sense. Desi says sketch, and yeah, I'm not saying that to like be self-demeaning or anything, or to demean anybody else's art, but yeah, this is like, I think the way that it was sketched just happens to look like a professional manga page, but I mean, yeah, but just look at the lines on Null's arm here. Those trees are really rough lines and stuff. The mountains in the background, you probably couldn't even tell that they were there. But yeah, I love that, Jenna. And the fish. Ah! And Andrea. Yeah, this I like this piece. I'm happy with this one. And Null is a sweet boy. And I couldn't really figure out what his body shape was supposed to be, especially in the torso. But it's alright. So those are characters from the first game that Null is going to be in. And you can see animal characters, like that's part of the it's I'm trying to build it like a fantasy world where animal people are called hominins. and they're an emergent race of people of all sorts of different animal species. And then you have people like Andrea, who here's another drawing that Null and Andrea are in. And you have people like Andrea, who are humans, mostly human genome, but have been affected by things that happened to the world that caused hominins to develop. Like, human genomes began to change, and so you have people like Andrea called elves, who have like developed various animal properties, like animal traits. Like, so she has antlers and a deer tail. So that's what the elves are like in my world. In your world. And she's a cheerleader. And Nell's a good boy. But Null is a pretty complex. I mean, not to like say this in like a tooting my own horn way, but like Null is a complex character in the way that he's a complex person. He has a lot of stuff going on, and I don't know if I want to get into that. But he's a very, very thoughtful sort of person. He's a deep thinker, which is interesting because he's like 2 years old. 2 years old, almost 9 feet tall. You know, can relate, right? Desi says, not to recommend things, but if you like funky furry characters in human worlds in a great setting, can I suggest No Evil by Betsy Lee on YouTube. It's animated on YouTube for free. I'm gonna have to make note of that. That sounds cool. His head's so small. Yeah, and I'm still, like I said, I'm still developing Andrea's personality and her whole deal. But she's a very sweet person who has always been sort of a black sheep, but is desperate to fit in and was given that opportunity, but that opportunity ended up putting her surrounded by awful people, and she doesn't know how to escape that. That is something that I do know. I do very much know that about her. And so she's constantly sort of torn between her nature, which is loving everyone and wanting to please everybody, but being in this group of people that is the opposite of that. Just these nasty people. But they're like the popular group, so she doesn't know how to leave, and she doesn't know she's strong enough to. Our day, yeah. Our day relates. But yeah, Desi, that sounds really intriguing. Yeah, and you can see, yeah, Null has a bunch of spikes, just like spikes protruding from his body, and sometimes that can affect things if he's not careful. Oh gosh, I'm showing Null again. I'm so bad. I have no self-restraint. But I suppose the reason that it's a spoiler is becoming less and less of like this big secret anyway, now that the more that I'm developing the game. It's definitely becoming less of like this big secret. I mean, there's still going to be a reveal, but it's probably not going to be all that surprising. Here's Jenna again. With comically giant tools at all times. But she can use them to fight, too. I don't know if her uniform is going to be red. They're probably just going to be standard blue train conductor uniform. Modified because it's not just like an overall sort of thing. It's going to be a coat and pants. Although it would work. It might work better, actually, if it's like the full overalls, because then she wouldn't have to tie the coat around her waist. I don't know. But like, early in the game, the top layer gets like super ripped up and torn, and so she just like puts it on her waist. And then this is the main way that you see her. And she's done with everything. She's just sick of it. She's sick of all of you. I love Jenna. I love Jenna a lot. If any of you have seen She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, the new She-Ra series on Netflix, think Mermista, and you'll be pretty close to what Jenna is like. Venwoff's beings have names now, and they have formed leaves. Excellent. Bisuki says, it's funny, I actually thought about you immediately, Arde, when learning about Null. Aw. Null is a good boy. But yeah, he has some problems. And unfortunately, they're not just his problems. Oh, cute. I feel so judged by Jenna. Good. I did it right. Yeah, she has the wrench on her back. Yeah, just gigantic tools at all times. Oh, but I forgot to, like, were people... I got a question about the relationship, and was it about Eva and Do's relationship? Because if you look at this, you can probably get a good idea of the relationship that these two are developing. Yeah, Jenna was a much more recent original character. I can get you back to some of my first ones. I'm glad that you're all enjoying this. I'm still getting that weird, stupid feeling that I hate, where it's like I feel bad for talking about myself this much, and just regurgitating everything that I've been doing, all of my own characters, and maybe part of that is because I'm showing them so far outside of the places where they're meant to be, like in their finished works, but I think maybe I need to get over that. Maybe I need to stop being a poo-poo. A poo-poo face. A poo-poo head. So I've shown this picture before on stream, but this is one of my first original characters for the very first game idea that I was working on, that Null is also from, but that game doesn't really exist anymore. So we're gonna figure out where Azure goes. I love Azure as well, even though I don't know as much about her as I used to, because I'm sure now that my sensibilities have majorly changed, that the situation around her and her herself are going to be different as well. But yeah, Celine says, still hard to get used to the fact that you have fans. Yeah, that's still... No, it hasn't processed at all yet. That has never really happened. I mean, I have friends who are my fans, you know, like just a fan of me, but this is different. God. Yeah, so part of me hopes I never will truly get used to it, because I want it to remain special and I want to stay this humble forever. But Bisaki says, I'm also wondering about Null too. Yeah, Bisaki says, yes, wondering about Eva and Do's relationship, but I'm also wondering about Null too when you say he's only like 2. Do you mean like actually, or as in like only recently gained a consciousness in self-awareness kind of way? Oh god, you're so perceptive, because that might be what it actually is. I'm still working on it. But yeah, that was the original version of, like, in the early stages of Null's character. That was what it was. But I'm working out if that's what it is now, or if he literally was born 2 years ago. But yeah. But Eva and Do, I'm also still working out the end game of the relationship in the story of Eva's story. But Eva and Do, of course, start out, they meet each other through Do trying very hard to kill Eva. So yeah, they don't start off on the right foot, but they become like the most important person in each other's lives pretty fast. And I'm not sure where exactly that leads. I mean, they're gonna remain that close to each other, but we'll see if that develops. Dizzy says, I think they can stand on their own pretty solidly. Yeah, that's why I started showing this in the first place too, is because people just wanted to see them and hear about them. So But yeah, Azure. Yeah, Azure is the name that I just put a bunch of random letters together to form something cool. But I also love her nickname too. That only one person in the universe is allowed to call her. And I'll show her next. And I have not drawn her in years. Literally years. I have not drawn her. Which is sad because I love her. I love her a lot. And obviously I have a theme in my stories, in my writings, and the things that I make of these two people that are just absolutely inseparable and inquantifiably important to each other. That they're just like, they could not leave each other's side, and that's what this young lass is to Azure, what they both are to each other. I'm gonna have to really dig for this, so sorry, bear with me once again. And I'm sure that every single thing that I find I'm not going to be quite proud of, just by virtue of from the time period it was from, but... Nope, not from this. Why am I looking here? I'm just not used to going into this folder. Oh, really? Nothing of her? Oh my gosh, where am I going to have to go to find Sify? Sify! I'll find her eventually. I just saw this too. This is kind of cute. Oh yeah, that's Azure. Oh, that's silly. I love it. That's probably my favorite thing that I drew. If that was from 2016, that's definitely my favorite thing I drew from that year. When did I draw this? Let's go to the properties. What? No, that's that's when I moved it to that folder. So yeah, I don't know for sure when I drew that. Where is Sify? Where's something of Sify that I want to draw? I have a reference sheet of her, but... Okay, let me open this somewhere else. Take a look and see if there's... No, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, I'm working some magic here. Now I don't know how to close that. Okay, there we go. Nope, nope, never mind. This is so... Why is it like this? Okay, that's fine. I'm working my magic. I'm working my magic. Sifena will be shown. Although, like, her clothing is so badly drawn. I have no idea what that's supposed to be showing. Like, what is that? God. Hi, kitty. Yes, yes, I know. Well, I do explain what it is in the notes, I guess. But still, it doesn't look anything like anything real at all. Okay, here we go. Here's a look at Sify. Hi! Hi! So yeah, Sify's passion is dancing. Oh yeah, you can see my old name. Hi! I see you. I guess I can feed you in a moment, maybe. Let's see if I can find something else for Sifena. For Siffy. Why do I keep calling her Sifena? Oh, Phantom has to go to sleep. Good night, Phantom. Thanks for coming. It's good to have you here. Oh, Desi says, do you have any male characters? Lots of muscle girls, but I'm wondering about some dudes. I love all of them, though. Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. Where are all my dudes? Okay, there are going to be plenty in the webcomic, and I'll try and transition into the webcomic characters next. Muscle girls, muscle girls, muscle girls, muscle girls, muscle girls. Same. I'm really behind. Sorry, I'm really behind. I'm really behind. God dang it. I'm gonna back up here. We out here loving things. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Bisuki. Oh god. Buff doggy. Love Azure's whiskers, yeah. Cecilia says, yeah, absolute power corrupts absolutely in terms of opening up the door to that. And I doubt you'd ever let it get to you like that. I'm going to stay aware, but because I will not exclude myself from being capable of any sort of thing that humans are capable of. But thank you. Cecilia says it's just a matter of staying cognizant and aware and being grateful for it instead of starting to take it for granted. Yeah. Yeah, Cat says that's a big 2-year-old. Bisuki says, I have a character who really reminds me of Null in body type, personality, and the whole consciousness thing. I could sense it. Wow. Desi says, have you noticed any naming convention in your characters? I often have characters with V names. Not yet. Although my sister has seen people's names and stuff in the real world or in other works of art, and she'll tell me, this is like a name that you would make. And I've been like, really? But I think it's different with that because it's with like when I'm naming like American characters. I guess I tend toward a certain pattern, like first and last name sort of thing. Dizzy says, I think sometimes random letter names are wild and unreadable, but this one makes sense as hell. Muscle girls, muscle girls, muscle girls, muscle girls. Phantom says, really epic stuff and cool character development ideas. I have a tough time with character development sometimes because I can't make up my mind on things. Yeah, sometimes you just have to... For me, it feels like I'm just letting them speak to me and tell me who they are. That's how it feels to me. It's always been really natural for me, so maybe I'm just lucky. Yeah, let me... Male characters. Yeah, Celine says we don't actually know a lot about Null's personality yet, but what we've seen so far definitely gives us, hey, that sounds familiar vibes. Consider us intrigued. Cool. Orb! Azure saving up the muns for cool leg. Pisuki says... Okay, the chat jumped again. I'm sorry I make so many jokes about like Saria is perfect, but I want you to know I appreciate you as a creator and you greatly inspire me, but I think it's unfair to be idolized. It's a little creepy, unhealthy, and puts lots of pressure. I think you guys have been totally fine. No, you've been doing it in just a kind way, and yeah, when I was talking about how I can't believe that I have fans, I mean that in the best way possible. Like in the way that it's given me an opportunity to do this without worrying about like people not being interested. It's just wow. Thank you, Bisuki. Yeah, Phantom says, when you don't know what you're looking at, even though it's your own drawing, the feel, yeah. Yeah, Siffy is very flexible. And she's had to deal with a lot of bullying in her life about her body type. But I think she's incredibly beautiful. And once again, I completely stopped looking for another reference of her because I cannot multitask to save my life. I have to go all the way back to the original backup? No, that's... Okay, I have to go to the complete other thing, though. Wherever that might be. God knows. Maybe not even God. Nope, not there. Man, oh, is this my first drawing of Azurite? How does this look? I mean, aside from the fact that the hand is facing the complete wrong way, not that bad. I'm taking a look at a lot of really old art now for the very first time in many years. And this is interesting. Not all of it is something that I feel is worth showing. What is... Oh, gosh. Yeah, that looks really bad. Okay, yeah. No wonder. Oh, God. I was just so clueless back then. Yeah, not bad as in bad quality, but bad as in something else, and I just had no idea at the time. And it really did look bad. In that way. Oh, here's an old Siphi. How does this look? Hey, that's still pretty good. Hey, okay, I'm gonna be kind of proud of showing this Siphi. That's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, this is from very early 2017. From 4 years ago now. That's probably the best thing I drew the entire year. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with young Saria. There's nothing like super glaring about that. Frisky Scrim. Okay, I'll leave this on and then I'll go feed him. I'll be right back. You can take a look at Siphi. I knew she was just gonna follow me in here anyway, so I figured I'd be a bit less startled by her appearance. Alright, let me catch up once again. I think you guys have been absolutely incredible with being really tactful and mindful, and I haven't felt like uncomfortably idolized at all. I've just felt extremely flattered and lucky and able to interact in a peer-like environment. Oh, Ruben is here. I'm very shy, but I'm Abby Reed's boyfriend, and I want to say I freaking love Diminish, and thank you for making Apollo a he/they legend. Thank you for sharing your art with the world. Thank you for coming in here and thanking me. It means absolutely everything to me that it meant that much to you. Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. Peak said, I want to thank you all so much. This is one of the best nights I've had in a while. I'll go to get my 2 hours of sleep. I'm sorry. I wish you all the best. Thanks, Saria, for showing us your OCs. Thank you guys, you folks, for being so interested and loving, as always. Bisaki says, Pick, I hope your 2 hours of sleep is the most restful and wonderful sleep you can possibly have in 2 hours. I agree. Bisaki says, let me at those bullies, I'll screw them up real good. Well, the thing about Sify is that she absolutely could, and that terrifies her, and she tries to avoid that at all costs. Because she had training with Azure in becoming the martial artist that Azure became. And it's a very specific, like, martial art that I was developing. And Sify was extremely good, and she hated that, so she just quit. It was not her. It was not for her. Because she's a healer. She's a very gifted healer and a very gifted dancer. And a gifted fighter, but she'd rather not be. She doesn't do well with causing harm. But yeah, I'm shocked at how inoffensive this art is to me after all this time. This one in particular. I mean, there are things about it. But yeah, Sify is the type of person who will wear her dancing outfit everywhere she goes. I'm really glad, Abby. It's been wonderful to have you. Okay, so Azure and Sify were two characters from my very, very first thing that I was trying to make, and they will make it into something eventually, I'm absolutely sure of that. Because they have a story that I need to tell. Hello. But yeah, I heard a request for male characters. So let's see if I can scrounge up any for you. Let's see how difficult that is for me. But yeah, Sify is the only person in the world who is allowed to call Azure Ray. Uh-oh, Mimi's gonna go after my cursor again. I can't see. Sorry that I bumped my head into the microphone. I cannot see what I'm trying to see, Mimi. Your tail is exactly in the way. I'm still trying to figure out how to draw the main male protagonist correctly. I've tried so many times, and I just can't do it. This is maybe the closest I've come. With it, like, a long time ago, actually. And it's still not it. It's still not it, but I think the eyes are the closest I've gotten, maybe. I don't know. This is Axel Ruiz from Puerto Rico, living in Miami. He is the main male protagonist. One of two main characters in my tennis webcomic. So here's a guy. Here you go. Here you go. Oh, Kingslayer, hi. No, you're fine. Good to see you, though. Cecilia says, so glad that non-uncomfy idolization is coming through crystal clear. That's something that I'm also seeing basically everyone around is being mindful of as well. Yeah, I think so. Kingslayer says, say, you keep reminding me I gotta practice drawing. You're like my alarm clock for hobby practice. Oh, I'm glad you like the hair. Oh, man. It's really cool to see people like Axel. Oh, wow. Although, you guys want to see a real man. You want to see a real hunk. Let me show you one. Where is this man? Where can I find this man? This real hunk? Well, first, because I got to this first, I'll show you some other prominent characters that are also men. There you go. Rishikora from India, and Adriano Silva, was he from... Yeah, he was going to be from... Whatever character... Daniel Rey was going to be an Argentine, right? Adriano, where were you from? I'm sorry, were you Portuguese? Gosh, I'm so bad. I'm such a poop head. I'm sorry, Adriano. Yeah, I've done a lot of attempts at Axel. I've been really trying to zero in on him. He's been really tough. Like, that's supposed to be Axel too. I'm trying to figure out his design. Oh, here's Daniel Rey. I still haven't shown you the guy that I thought was a hunk yet, but these are all pretty hunky guys, aren't they? These fellows are all great. Incredible! It's a dude! Man! I have one male hairstyle. Also, them shoulders. Oh, you guys are so good to me. What a feller. Hunk Night Summer. Celine says, okay. Celine says, I mean, if we want to see a real hunk, Apollo's right there in the corner. Touché. You got me there. You got me with that one. Gotta say. Yeah, Silva is a Brazilian name. I was trying to figure out... Because, like, their nationalities are obviously extremely important. I'm trying to figure out which ones. Were ones that I was settling on. Yeah, Axel is supposed to have a very intense face. Ah, here he is. You guys want to see the hunk that I was talking about? I can show you a hunk. I love the way that this turned out. Let me see if I can find the right version, though. I think this is a good one. How about, let me check this one, though. Yeah, is this one better? Yeah, I think that's the one I prefer. Okay. Here comes a hunk. Are you guys ready? Ooh. That is a heartthrob and a half. Bisuki, I read this. Bisuki says, yeah, Saria, did you sell your soul for a drawing human faces ability? Thank you. I read that as drawing human feces ability. I will see myself out. I'm sorry. Desi says, I have one character I keep designing and redesigning. They're meant to be just very, very meta, though, so it don't matter. Hi, Chris! Yeah, I was asked to go through my OC store, and we've been doing that for a while. I've gone through many different stories worth of OCs of mine. We've been to an alien planet with an awesome lesbian and her alien friend. And then we transitioned into the character that that was the basis for Apollo's design, and the wonderful saber-toothed cat that is his friend, and also an elf friend as well. And then Azure and Siffy, these sisters for life. And now we're into my tennis webcomic characters and stuff. And I've shown all the men that I've been designing for that comic so far, because not many of my other stories have prominent men in them so far. Yeah, and part of my design for Axel, like, being so hard to zero in on, is because I'm trying to zero in at the same time on the style, the art style of the comic, and how realistic it's supposed to be. Because I don't know if it's supposed to be that realistic. Like, I think this... Like, I love how he looks. I think that's perfect. I love how he looks. I think that's perfect. I like how they look. And I feel like they're a bit more realistic than this. I think that's a bit more cartoonish, and maybe that will fit, or maybe it is the same, and I'm just wrong. Because this is like a more realistic take on Axel. I don't know. But I really am honored that you all think that I'm so good at drawing faces. I've studied a lot of other... I've studied faces a lot. It's been one of my main focuses as an artist. And I've studied how other artists draw faces. And so I'm glad you all think so. I'm really, really glad you think so. Honk! Honk! Yeah, sorry YouTube didn't give you a notification for that. Them intense eyebrow arch. Yeah, this is the man. This is the guy. And he's a softie, too. He's a real nice guy. Celine says, so this guy is definitely going to be played by Hugh Jackman in the movie adaptation. Oh, yeah. I got some saliva on my screen. Sorry, you didn't need to know that. But there you go. I hope you are enriched. Yeah, we're getting to that time. Yeah, lots of muscle girls. That is never going to stop being the case for my art, my stories. There will be plenty of that. I'm looking respectfully at Axel. Yeah, Chris says I would say it's the eye size, maybe. Yeah, the eye size is comparable though. It's just like a lot of the detail and the shape of the head is more cartoonish in this. I mean, like you can really see the difference. I mean, of course, Seth and Axel are different people. Seth is supposed to be a very rugged guy, but Axel is supposed to be toward that as well. A very good-looking young Hispanic man with like angular features. I don't know. Kingslayer says, "Oh God, should I try an OC?" The answer is always yes. But the Kingslayer continues to say, "I guess I technically have one with the guy from my nightmare, but I don't think he really counts." I think he does. I think he does. He counts. He is a character originating from you. But I know what you mean. I mean, people have a certain feeling that they associate OCs with, and you might not associate that with the person from your dreams, or the being from your dreams. Dizzy says, I think I've got same face, different face syndrome. Every face I draw looks exactly the same, but I can't ever draw it twice. Oh, that hurts me. But Desi, if it helps, it hurts me because that was exactly me up until about a year ago. Exactly me. Ugh. The only reason I was able to draw Siffy the way that I liked in this was because I basically I had a Sword Art Online wallpaper like an inch above as I was meticulously trying to make that face look exactly like that face from Sword Art Online, which, funnily enough, is a series that is sort of pooped on because it gets called out for same face syndrome. But then I could never draw a face like that twice in a row. Any face I ever wanted to draw, I couldn't draw it twice in a row. But they would usually end up being the same things that I was trying to draw. That doesn't make any sense. None of that was sensible. I'm sorry. But you maybe, I don't know. Could be. In some if you want. Okay, Dizzy says, that man can see tennis balls coming from miles away. Big eye. Big eye. Yeah, Seth Coleman Brown is a New Zealander. Axel, of course, represents America, born in Puerto Rico. And Daniel Ray was, I think he was maybe the Argentine. Let's get some more characters. Can't promise they'll be men because my favorite character is not a man. Oh, okay, I'll give you the little promo art that I made for this last year. Speaking of muscle girls, Cecilia says, I strictly go into the stream just to get serious Saliva updates. Yeah, I'll change my name into Saliva. How about we just do that? Get it out of the way. Affectionately called S2U. God. Desi says, we definitely know serious type. What is it? Is it muscle girls, or is it like, angular young Hispanic men, or is it Hugh Jackman men? which one do you mean? Or is it Apollos? Is it Mr. Werewolf men? Or is it like Eva? Kingslayer says, I'm gonna need practice before I can do something as complex as a human. Gonna have to start with a model first. Just get started. Whatever you start with is what will improve you, because you'll be doing it. Oh, basically, please do your math if you have to do your math. I don't want to get in the way. Tessie says, my imaginary friend was Goofy from Mickey Mouse, so mine now. Bisiki says, I feel like... Oh, my chat jumped. I feel like all my OCs are imaginary friends. I think about them all day. Yep. Especially in those early days that I was talking about, where, like, my life was just thinking about those stories. And imagining having a fandom from them and stuff, you know. Yeah. Oh, Bisiki says, Siffy is possibly the cutest name ever. I am glad you think so, because I kind of agree. And I have kind of felt that way since the very moment that I came up with the name. Short for Sifena. It is completely made up. I mean, as far as I know, if somebody out there has that name, then I would be thrilled. And I'm also sorry that I said it was made up without actually knowing. Kingslayer says, I guess I made him, but I didn't have the intent to make him. That's fine. You've engineered him into something that is helpful for you. Desi says, I feel like my OCs are more people to me than actual people I know. I feel like that is the benefit of OCs to many people who make them. Because you're sort of making the people that you wish you knew in some cases. Desi says my girlfriend's OCs are more people to me than people I know. Vamos! Yes. Yes. One reason that this webcomic has been daunting to truly go ahead with is all of the different cultures that I have to be mindful of and correct with. And not just correct with, but you know, good with. And the main character is from a half Hispanic culture, and I need to nail that. I need to do that well. And it's scary. I really want to do it well because it's important, it's big. Hi, Kitty. Yes, alright, Busuki. Hopefully someday. God, I really, like, the first arc of this comic is so exciting to me, and it's simple enough that I, like what I was just mentioning, wouldn't be as much of an issue. I mean, I really, yeah, I would love to get the first arc of this comic going. Oh, I've been meaning to for a long time. I have a lot of it down, too. Alright, everybody. What I might do now is I might take one request for a quick Ko-Fi doodle. If the first person to give me either $3 or $6 on my Ko-Fi, $3 will be a really basic, probably just headshot, and it'll also be a doodle. And $6, I'll do a full body, maybe a pose, and it'll also be a doodle. And maybe I'll do like a really basic environment behind them or something. So, I'll do one of those before I head off. And all the people who don't get in tonight, who aren't the first one, I'll do next time. How's that sound? So if you want, go ahead over to my Ko-Fi. $3 for a rough headshot doodle. $6 for a full body, maybe a pose, maybe a little environment behind if you want. Also a doodle. I think I have it. Do I have it linked in my description? Yeah. I have it. I'll give it here in the chat too. So think up your requests, and whoever the first one will be, I'll do tonight, and the other ones that weren't first, I'll do next time. Yeah, and don't feel obligated. I'm sorry if you want to but can't, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, but... Hi, Mimi! Yeah, then Wolf says, best kind of research is to talk to people of that culture. Agreed. Yeah, and I need to gain that sort of connection, yeah. And if none of you feel like doing it right now, then that's totally fine. Yeah, don't feel like any of you like you have to give me a Ko-Fi and do a request that you don't really feel like giving me. Because if nobody does this in like 10 minutes, then I'll call it off, and that's totally fine. It can be Diminish related, it can be, like, I could do Sonic characters too, it can be from anything you want to, but, I would need a reference, though. So maybe it'd be easier if it was Diminish related or Sonic related or something like that. But I hate, or I could draw an OC that I showed you. Oh, Celine first. Celine got it. Oh, Celine just said thank you. So maybe, maybe she doesn't even want me to draw anything. She just wanted to give me $6. Oh my goodness. Well, if you do want something drawn, Celine, then feel free to let me know now. Or if you're still thinking of it. Okay, Chris, that's fine. God, Celine, thank you. Holy cow. Ugh. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, so if Celine just wanted to donate just because, and she doesn't actually have a request, then the next person to donate who has a request will be the one who I draw something for tonight. Oh, Celine says no, I was trying to get out on that. Okay. Yeah, so Celine does have a request. And once she thinks of it, then I'll see what I can do. And I don't know to what degree of completion I'll make it. That's why in my tweet I didn't want to promise too much, because especially if it's only $3 or $6, there's a lot of art discourse going around about underselling yourself as an artist and how harmful that is to the industry and to just artists in general. So I also want to make sure that I'm not perpetuating that. So it's it was a $6 one. No, yeah, take your time, Celine. Take your time. You're fine. And Bisuki, I'll get to yours next time. Yeah, I'll get to yours next time, Bisuki. Feel free to request it now. Donate it now and request it, and it'll be the first one. You'll guarantee yourself the first spot the next time I do this. But yeah, Celine, because you gave me $6, you can... Oh, Midori gave me something too. Oh. Oh, Midori's request is hilarious. Oh, I'm gonna keep it a secret until I can get to it. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be so much fun. That's gonna be so much fun. Oh, yes. I'm really excited. Thank you, Midori. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, take your time, Celine. And as I was saying, it can be a full body, and whatever you want. It'll be a bit slower if I have to look at a reference, but I'm willing to do that. Oh, Glitch. Oh, sorry. I was just talking about more OCs, and now to end the stream, I'm doing one request. I'm starting to, I guess, do a Ko-Fi thing where I'm gonna do art requests for $3 or $6. $3 is just gonna be a really, really, really simple, rough, like headshot sketch. $6 will be similarly rough and basic, but full body. So that's what's happening now. I'm just waiting to see what Celine wants me to do, so please, don't worry. I'll take all the time you need. And Midori requested one for next time that's gonna be really fun. So, Cecilia. Oh, you guys, if you go to my Ko-Fi, you'll see what Midori requested, but... Nitsuki asks, while we're waiting, would you mind talking a little about what your goals are for your tennis comic? So I assume you mean in terms of like storytelling goals, as in what would you like to put out into the world with it? Yeah. So Vamos is going to be a story, as the little subtitle there would suggest, Voyages and Miracle of Sports. It's going to be a story about the meaning that sport ends up having in people's lives, in terms of the people that participate in it in any sort of level and the people that observe it. And in this, like, it's sport and the way that it is presented and consumed as a part of society is so strange and idiosyncratic. And so there are so many things I have to say about that, and the way that it saves people's lives and it can ruin people's lives, and the way that people healthily and absurdly unhealthily use it to color their worldviews and the way that they treat other people. So it's going to be a lot of commentary about that, and it's going to be following athletes who are trying to pursue a life as a top athlete in mainly tennis, but in Zofie's case here, not just tennis. Showing various people in various successful, like various levels of success in becoming the best at a sport, and the kind of life that is, and the way it affects people around them, and just how absurdly hard it is, but the incredible humanity that's behind that. And so the first arc is a pretty it might not end up being as standard as it could be, as I could be thinking that it is, but it's a pretty standard, like, inspirational sports story where you follow Axel, who or Axel, I might be overemphasizing that, who is graduating from high school and is faced with the decision. You know, he's a person who's almost too talented, who has too many things that he can do in his life. As you can see, he's a baseball player, but also a tennis player, or he could go to college, or there's so many options for him. And he decides, and he's from a very poor family. But he's been lucky enough to work at a tennis retail chain, like the biggest one in the world, that doubles as like a tennis center. He's been lucky enough to have a job there since he was young, and work under this incredible former professional who helped him. Like, he noticed that Axel was obsessed with tennis, even though he was mainly a baseball player, and so he trained Axel as a tennis player. And this is the summer after Axel's graduation from high school, and he decides, because he thinks his main options are just like baseball and college, but he decides to just, like, for the heck of it, throw some money toward trying, like, going to a qualifying event for the one of the biggest tennis tournaments in the world, which is the US Open. It's a major professional tennis tournament. And then a story develops around him. He ends up accomplishing things that would be like if a story in real life that would, like, go down forever. And that's all I'll say about it. We don't, like, just because of how unlikely his story is. Like, he's one of those unlikely sports stories, a Cinderella story, you know. But then the story also focuses on Zofie Krejcikova, a young Czech French girl, the same age basically as Axel, like months older, who has had a very, 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 very complicated life. but at the same time is possibly one of the most well-known and famous people on the entire planet, and one of the richest people on the planet as a result. And they're very, very different people who end up connecting through that tournament. And there's just so much to say about Zophie that I don't think I can possibly say anything about it right now. Like, there's just too much. Like, the story will like, making the story will help me frame a lot of that in my head, but Zophie is a lot. I didn't show the other picture of Zophie yet. Here we go. Zophie is partially based off of my very, 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 very good friend that I mentioned early on, who's just this, like, unbelievably introspective and perceptive and, you know, altruistic person who has had a really rough, like, and I don't want to suggest too much about my friend, but Zophie has had just this unbelievably rough life and has been dealt a lot of horrible cards in her life, and is also just ridiculously misunderstood. She's misunderstood as this extremely pretentious and mean person because she is, if not honest. But so she becomes, and because she's so famous, the world amplifies all of her most negative qualities and turns her into something that, like, I have a lot of things to say about the way that we view parasocial, not relationships, but like the way that we, from a distance, view people, especially people that we think that we know everything about, you know. There's, I'm not being very, I'm not making a lot of sense here, but there's a lot, and the first arc of Vamos is going to be this traditionally extremely exciting and sort of triumphant but heartfelt exploration into mainly Axel, but through the introduction of Zophie, you get that entire other world that like he enters that entire other world that he never knew anything about. And meanwhile, the entire rest of the world is viewing the tournament from their completely detached perspective. And you sort of get the seed is sort of planted about how just I don't know. So that doesn't actually answer anything in any clarity, but yeah, that's me talking about Vamos a little bit and rambling very nonsensically. I know none of you probably mind, but somebody went to sleep. Who was that? Denwoff. Have a good one, Denwoff. Have a good one. Thanks for showing up. Okay, so let me catch up here. Oh, Celine posted the request. Oh, I'm sorry. I am a dum-dum, so please point it out to me. If you post it as a link, I don't think YouTube likes that. I don't think YouTube chat allows links to be posted. I guess unless the creator does it, or the host does it. But yeah, there you go, Bisuki. Cecilia says the pronunciation of the Portuguese word vamos is a bit different, but it's such a nitpicky comment that I don't even want to post this message. Yeah, I'm mostly doing the Spanish, like what I've heard Spanish people say, because vamos, you know, I've heard people like say the S is like an SH, so It's just mainly from what I've been hearing Spanish people say. Yeah, I don't think I went through Celine. I'm sorry, but I'm willing to wait. Well, we figured that out. Basically says, I love that. I feel like you have a personal connection to this topic, and it's really going to imbue this story with such power and depth. God, I'm so excited. Thank you. Okay, Celine, where is it this time? Yeah, Cecilia says that he sees it. Oh, simple portrait of your Sona to start. Ref's available at refsheet. Oh, refsheet.net/. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, not going through it first. There she is. Okay, so you gave me $6, so I'm gonna try for a full body. This is my first time doing anything like this, so this might be interesting, and it's gonna be really rough, and so we'll see what I can do. And I may or may not color it. We'll see. I feel like the color is pretty important, though. What about a pose? What would you like the pose to be? Yeah, Zophie is 6 feet 3 inches tall. But she moves like she's 5 feet tall. Hi, Cal. Yeah, you missed major OC hours, and now I'm gonna draw Celine for Celine. I like Celine's outfit. Cal watched Mulan with some funny gamers on the Discord. That sounds like fun. Thank you again for all the donations, everybody. Holy cow. I can never thank you enough. B&B says, tennis! Yes, indeed. Yes, yes, indeed. Cal says, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now because it's late and stuff. Love you, gamers. Good night, Cal. Celine says, I don't have a strong preference for the pose. Whatever is easiest for you. Something that conveys a warm, nurturing, motherly kind of energy, I guess. Let's see. I'm gonna draw it in the... mainly the... I love the one that you used as the main bio reference. That one looks really, really nice. But I'm probably just gonna use the main head angle that I've been using for like Apollo and stuff. I've never drawn a Ronin before. I just realized this. I've never really drawn a Ronin before. This is gonna be interesting for me. Except maybe, yeah, because it's more like an elephant ear if it goes that way. Maybe not, I don't know. So. Yeah, it needs to be a bit wider. I just realized this is my first furry commission. Wow, I've made it. I've made it. The furries have found you. Oh no. Yep. It was inevitable. Let's face it. Yeah, Desi, except when front-facing Apollo looked like a mouse for a brief period. Yeah, that was completely by accident. Cecilia says, can I just say Diminished Channel is almost at 2K subs. It was at 1,860 last time I checked. Which is pretty close. But it's funny that before Nightmare Masterclass, the differential between the amount of subs I have now and 2,000 is more than the amount of subs I had before Nightmare Masterclass did his first stream for Diminished. I had like 120 or less subs. Like 2.5 weeks ago or something. Maybe 3.5 or something. I don't know. Less than a month ago. I had like 120 subs total. Yeah, again, like, I accepted Celine. Celine says next Apollo will be showing up on E6 and it's all downhill from there. Assuming I know what you're talking about. I've accepted long ago that that was going to be happening with a lot of, especially of my animal characters. And I accepted that a while ago. Again, in terms of, like, talking about when I've really made it, that'll be one of the things. And if I ever learn about that, I'll be like, you know what? It just means I made it. Why should I be upset? Especially if it's good. Oh god. Why do I ever say things? Okay, I need a reference for this. I wouldn't be upset, Bisuki. Maybe if you tried to post it in like the not safe for work server, that would be questionable, but you can do it if you want. Bisuki says, not that I'd ever do that. Okay, whatever. Yeah, and I should have stated earlier that I won't be doing not safe for work in any of these requests, and I do reserve the right to ask for a different request if I don't want to, if it's not something that I feel I should be doing. Looking up a reference for what I'm trying to do here. Oh, this wasn't the one I was looking for, but I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. There are two that I could go for here. Which, so if I do it this way, then I'd be doing this. I like how this kind of looks like Apollo. For the moment. Basically says, however, I might need an in-depth explanation of Apollo's anatomy for completely different reasons. Yeah, when I do the ref sheet, I'm going to be writing notes that explains his physiology, their physiology. Today I drew a pig. Welcome. They say, I found you through Nightmare Masterclass a couple weeks ago and immediately recommended Diminish to a friend who loved it. Keep up the good work. God, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you loved it. And thank you for recommending it. Thank you for letting me know. Also, I'm going to explain in the explanation what I'm doing here. Thank you so much, I Drew a Pig. I hope you're having a good one. Chris says, I'm drawing fan art of Apollo sitting next to my OC because I don't know how to draw interaction, but it's a fan rite of passage to draw their OCs with favorite characters. I've done it so many times, and that is amazing. Thank you for doing that. Oh, wow. I'm honored. Oh no, he's making me cute. Okay, I do need to look at two references at once here. No! Why would you? Why would you do that? Okay, that works. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but I guess it looks okay so far. Just trying something. I think so, this would work if it tapers out here. I hope you all have been enjoying this stream. I certainly have. We're winding down here, but I'm doing this commission for Celine first. And then in a future stream, I'll get to any requests that got in after hers. That looks all right. No, I didn't want to do that, darn it. Okay, I kept that, that's good. I think this needs to be... Yeah, thank you all, once again, for forcing me to show off my OCs, which is something I've been dreaming of doing for, like, my whole life, but also, mostly, since I went on this path of being an artist. Thank you for enjoying what I do. Nope. Thank you for seeming like pretty decent people. I mean, wow. That's fine, Chris. You do your thing. Oh, I have more to catch up on. Jeez, sorry. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Abby. Yeah, I'm pumped for that too, Chris. Your fan art. I'm really pumped for it. And Desi. Haha. I bet you'll get to snuggle Apollo someday. Bisuki, that collab with Apollo and OCs chilling with him. Yeah, and I would draw Apollo, all you guys draw your OCs. Or something like that. That would be fun. Like 1 or 2 OCs per person, yeah. That does sound fun. Gosh. Celine says there's something really magical about watching this come into being in real time like this. Yeah, it's really, really fun watching commissions being done live. Like, whenever it's your character. Magical is the right word. It is like Christmas. If you have good experiences with Christmas. Or have experiences with Christmas at all. Paris. Make one, Cecilia. It's not too late. Yeah, Dizzy says doing Art Fight last year made me realize how fun drawing other people's characters is. It is. It is fun. I don't have much practice drawing that sort of full, do I? That's interesting. Oh, that's not that bad. Something like that, right? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. Oops. So honestly, with how rough I'm planning on these doodles being, this is probably not far from complete in terms of this type of commission that I'm going to be doing. Just to let you all know. How long is your hair? Okay. That's around what I thought. I love this hair, by the way. That's getting too complicated. Yeah, I'm getting close to done with this doodle here. Let me sharpen up the lines, or deepen the lines a little bit. So I tend to do that. I hope this is okay, Celine. save this before my computer crashes or something and then I lose it. And I'm probably going to give a bit more detail on the hands. Maybe a little bit of color indication, if not the color itself. At that point, I might as well just put the colors in. I don't know. It is faster just do shades of grayscale. But I'm happy with how this turned out so fast. So fast, so far. There's one thing that's really wigging me out here. Not surprising it's the hands, but usually I can get hands to look something close to what I want pretty quickly. But sometimes I guess this is what happens instead. Something really unnatural about the way I'm doing it. That's the neck. The neck is kind of important. It does a couple things here and there. getting too kooky about this. I'm still not super happy with the hands, though. Oh. Oh. That shows you that the hand is okay. No, it's I didn't make it obvious though. So it just looked weird. Darn. I hope that's alright. I guess it doesn't have to be perfect. This is the problem that I run into. I don't need to get all fancy. Tail. Whoop, whoop. Get skinnier. Something more like that. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, I might call it around here. So hopefully this is alright. And I'm way behind on chat. Oh god, I'm behind. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. Well, I guess it'll extend the stream, so. I feel like it looks better. Just existing as it is. Oh, I like it better facing this way, actually. Yeah. And here's where the OCD kicks in. There we go. Something like that. Yep, here's where I have to be brave and draw the line somewhere and say it's finished. And release it into the world forever. Okay, and I didn't actually catch up on chat at all. I just sort of saw that I was screwed. But yeah, here's a Celine. I'll look away from it for a while and then see what I think of it when I look back. Cecilia says, I've been trying to draw more, but I'm nowhere near any living beings yet, much less anthropomorphic ones, and even farther from getting to a point where I'd be able to draw them satisfactorily. But, what? How do we solve that? Bisuki says, let's do it. No pressure, no rush, but I'm willing to oversee the project. We don't probably have to have slots for folks to add their characters, so like each person signs up for a time slot. Yeah, it would be fun. Watching it come together, yeah. Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see all the different styles, all the different art styles together. Chris says, my OC is 3'8" and Apollo is 5'3", right? Correct. Yeah, 1'7" differential or something. Desi says, probably completely disjointed, but that's the fun of it. Seeing everyone come together with their separate styles to create something unique. A patchwork of people, yeah. Yeah, the entire Woodlings collective is taller than the good boy. The majestic hair. I'm glad you're liking this. Celine says, whatever works for you. You said yourself before you started there's a whole discourse about underselling art, and I super agree and wouldn't want to ask you to go all out for $6. Honestly, you could call it done literally right now, and I would love it. Anything you do from this point on is icing. Kingslayer says, I can feel the Celine vibes emanating from that image. Good. Here's something, though. Now that I'm thinking about this. I love digital art because you can just do things like this. Ah, it's incredible. Oh my goodness. It's unbelievable. Imagine that. Also, it was with the wrong tool. I need to keep things consistent. Dang, she thick. I feel like that's gotta help it, right? That's gonna look way better. That is such a better balance. That makes me happy. Okay. Digital art for the win. Alright, let me catch up some more. Oh, Avi, you've been totally fine with conversational language. You've been doing great. Celine says, also, can I just say that getting a commission of your Sona from an artist you really admire is like getting their autograph. I know what you mean. So, like, I was already hyped just for the concept of this commission. I got a couple of tiny little Ko-Fi commissions from somebody who worked on the Dragon Prince. Something kind of like this sort of thing. And that seeing my OCs in her style was surreal. And I need to dig those out at some point because I love them. Kingslayer says, yeah. Hi, Bob. Welcome back. Thank you, Celine. I'm glad you like it very much. Yeah, stream's still rolling. Yeah, I'm ending with this. I'm doing a little Ko-Fi request for Celine. And Midori has one I'm going to do next time I do this, which is very fun. And I believe, was it Bisuki who said that they had one too? That's for some point. Chris asks, does Apollo have nails/claws? Apollo definitely has claws on their hands, and they probably have them on their toes too. But just for my style, I don't draw them on their toe claw. I don't draw toe claws for them, but that doesn't mean that they don't have them and that people can draw them. Or yeah, I just leave them out. But if they have hand claws, which they do, like I draw them, then they probably should have toe claws. I just don't draw them in my style. But yeah, I'm sure they exist. Oh, see you, Desi. Sorry I missed you. Thank you so much for being here. You're a delight, as always. See you next time, hopefully. If not, that's totally fine. But you know what I mean. It's nice to have you here. Bisuki says, I've been a lurker my whole life until the past 3 days. Y'all are an exciting bunch. Yeah. Yeah, good night, Desi. Hi, Ozzy. Celine says, the tail is kind of thick, actually, at least at the base. I mean, it does taper down, yeah. So you mean the way I drew it was thick, or I should draw it thicker, you know? So like, it should be more like that. Chris is almost done with their drawing too. Please More Cat says, since commissions are a thing now, where would be the best place to share references with you? Twitter? Post them somewhere on the Discord and tell you to look. Anonymous Dropbox under the bridge. Sure, you can post at me at Twitter. Or include it in the donation if you do it on Ko-Fi. If Ko-Fi lets you post links. Oh, it's fine, Kingsley. Desi says, actually, never mind, I get to stay up because no school tomorrow. Nice. The return of Desi. Desi says, digital art is art cheating, and I say that with fondness, not malice. Okay, fine. You've had your say, potion seller. Now I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal who has no respect for knights. almost caught up. Bizuki says, Sayori, I bought one, but it wasn't for me. I'll buy one for myself when you're willing to draw more OCs. What do you mean? Okay, is this better? Is the tail better, Celine? Oh, if you mean you bought a Ko-Fi, Bisuki, I don't see it here, but yeah, I see one from EXP Awesome, Pick, Celine, and Midori. If you don't have a big floofy tail, what's even the point of being furry? Oh god. Ish? Like so? I see some other drawings of the tail. Oh, yeah. This has been fun. I like that. I like it when it's fun. That makes me feel really good about the future. Yeah, I think we're about there. Yeah, Celine says, there we go, yeah. Sleep is secondary to nice drawings. Well, if you say so. Strunk, that tail is strunk. Oh, Bisuki bought that one in... Oh! Oh, I thought that was you, Cecilia. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh! Oh, I get it. Oh! Yeah. Sorry. Oh, that's why it's in quotation marks. I get you. Okay. Yeah, Bisuki. Yeah, feel free. Feel free. Don't break your bank, please. But, and that's an extremely nice gesture. And because of that, I would give you a $6 one for $3. That's so nice of you. That's so nice of you. Oh yeah, don't worry, Cecilia. No! 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 Feeling bad! No. Oh, my hair is a disaster. I'm a disaster. Everything about me. Okay. But yeah, Celine, I might send this one. I might send this. It's a rough one, but I hope you like it. I'm glad you like it. It was really fun. I enjoyed this. Alright. How would you like me to send this? Also, wait. Yeah, so I'm zoomed in this far. This is zoomed in 100%. This is the regular size. So I'm actually gonna... I hope you don't mind if I, yeah, maybe give it a little bit of this action, No, I don't want to make it 5 times bigger. No! I have to wait like 6 years for it to... Yeah. Let's not do that. 0.5. Yep, there. That's more like it. Half size. nice tune. I love the piano in the background. Celine is wide AF! Giant Celine! How dare you feel bad about anything? How dare you feel what you feel? It's unnatural. No, I don't want to be like that. We shrink it to web resolution and tweet it. Web resolution. Yeah, that's a term that I should know, and I do know. I do know what that means. I do know what that means. I know what that means. I know what that means. I know what that means. 72. Yeah, 70. I think that's what I had it at, right? It actually was that 72. Yes. It was. Okay. Yeah, I kind of started on a really weird resolution, so hopefully this works out okay for you. Big Celine. Rodent. Big dent. Big dent. Lovely. Okay. So here's this rough little doodle. This is what you might be able to expect from a $6 doodle from me. And hopefully I'll get faster at it too. And if you request a character from like Diminish or Sonic or something, then I might be able to pump it out faster. Especially if it's like Apollo, a character that I draw all the time, or if it's like one of my OCs or something. But you see, I had to look at 2 references there, and it didn't take terribly long, I don't think. But yeah, that is. Oh, quite a stream. That's quite a stream. Yeah, I'll probably tweet it to you. Yeah, that might work. The HD version, the thing about the HD version would be, you would just be seeing all the rough lines even more pronounced. And so, that's the thing about having a really rough doodle in a large resolution. I'll send you this one and see what you think. And if you want the big version, then may God have mercy on your soul. Oh, Celine, I'm really happy. That's what this is about. That's what this is all about. Thank you so much. Chris is posting it now. Okay. I am going to enjoy that. And I'm going to enjoy some food and maybe a little bit of tennis watching, because I completely stopped watching once I started talking about anything, but especially OCs. But yeah. Oh god, everybody. You are too much in the best way possible, but you are so good to me. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being genuinely interested in the worlds I've been spending my life in for most of my life, but especially the last 5 years. And I wish you all the very best that life has to offer, and have a great one. And until next time, dream on, friends. Peace. I love you all.